This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Tuesday morning. I had to check. October 22nd. And it is the wee, tiny early morning hours Central Time, my time, 2:26 a.m. my time. I can't sleep. So I got up and did a little working around here. Cleaned out behind the cliff. I found my tiny attacher. I found some Tim Holtz paper dolls. A lot of scrappy papers that I threw away. And I found this, what I'm going to kind of talk about and show you. This is a journal. I must have made it in, I don't know if I ever dated anything in here, but it was when I very first started following Dee Dee Willingham. And who's in here? Somebody gave me a thumbs up. There's 4 people. Oh, I better sit down and welcome folks in. I honestly didn't, when I come on live like this, when I can't sleep, I just can't believe that there's anybody in here. Let me get to my channel and welcome you in. I got 3 watching over here. The 4th person would probably be me up there. And who is that? Is that Kitty Jen? Hi, Kitty Jen. Good morning, lady. You're up late your time. I think you're a couple hours behind me, though, so it may be around 12 your time, 12:30. Yeah. Let me reset my chat filter to all messages and skip the ad and set the quality. I'm over here on my notepad. I can read the messages better over here and on my phone. Hi, Karen K. Welcome in. Welcome in, ladies. Well, I just thought I would come online. I was going to do some Inktober sketching. My last day was day 17, and this is the 22nd, so I'm about 5 pages behind. But before I do that, and I have some other things, I just want to kind of catch up on things. I have my Christmas dolls to work on. I found these pop bottle lids that I think I got them. I either got them from Keisha or from I think Tanya used these and she flattened them out. So, but I think I got these from either Johnny or Keisha. And they've got a tree of life on there. Very cool. And I know I have some more seals because I know I have a tree of life seal. I did find the owl seal head that I bought to do some seals for Mina. And here it is. So I thought I might play with that. I found some broken jewelry that I'm going to take apart eventually. So, yeah, I've been kind of, you know. But I found this magazine art journal, and I think around the latter part of 2016, did I date? Oh, June. I did this in June 25th of 2017. And this was my concept of what Dee Dee Willingham looked like at that time. I don't think her face is that round, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Of course, she's a much younger lady here. But I got Better Get Crack-a-Lackin'. This magazine, Idea Playground. Art journal is dedicated to Dee Dee Willingham. Thank you for sharing your ideas and techniques and inspirations. And then I did kind of a patriotic page. In 2017, so that's what, 5 years? No, 7 years? Oh my goodness, time flies. 7 years ago I did this. And what this is, she had shared gluing magazines together, and I glued, let me turn this upside down because I'm going to talk about that later. I glued 5 magazines together. And I think I have, because I numbered the pages. I counted the pages. This is page 821 and 822. So I have over 800 pages in this journal. It's like a big book. And then I got this picture. I think this is Walt Whitman. I got it off of the Smithsonian Magazine. But it's held up quite well. I had it underneath here, resting on a box, holding my surge protector up, because my camera is plugged into the charger, which is plugged into the surge protector. And this was just to give it a little more height, but I think it's going to rest well behind there now. So, welcome in, my ladies. I think everybody else is in bed. I do this. This is really an impromptu, just because I cannot sleep. But I thought I would. I want to do some buckles drawings, but I thought I would do some things in here. You see, I have some. This came off of Smithsonian too, but I went through at that time 7 years ago, and I painted with craft paint on every page. And then I did these mind maps because I was just learning about mind mapping from Dee Dee Willingham. And I started out with character mind maps. Now, I've recently talked about building character dolls and putting them in one-sentence stories. I've got a little project ongoing about that. But here's a mind map. And what I did, I have A through A through U, I think here. A through U of different things about a person. The same thing for the male and the female, like the face, the body shape, the personality, the education. I have to turn it this way. Oh, are they married or single or divorced? Where do they live? What is their residence? And then I point to G on that. And G goes off to page 791, which is over here. That's 821. I may not have 821. I may not have it done yet because I didn't finish them all. But well, let's just take the one here, hobbies. 821 and 822 was J. So if you look over here at J, it says hobby. And over here I have hobbies, and then I list different. On here I have art hobbies, sports, needlework, miscellaneous, collecting. Now, I guess you can include things like car racing and fishing and that under sports. Basketball, track for high schoolers or college, collecting. And then I have, for sports, I have swimming, tennis, walking, running, skating, and biking. Well, I could put fishing, and what else did I say? You could just make a list. Dee Dee was very much into asking questions and making lists. And all of these here will eventually someday have their own mind map. It looks like I stopped on J. I got tired. But, and it's the same thing over here for hobby. I point to J, and this is J. H is, oh wait, oh wait, my numbers are down here. This is 789, 87. What was that other one I said? 7. Yeah, I don't think I've done those other mind maps because I don't see any more in here. But like I got a mind map for hobbies, a mind map for children and family. Like for family, that is H-I-J. Yeah, this would be H-I-J. So for family, I got the father. Why don't I have mother on here? Surely I do. I got father. Where's mother? Oh, mother's here. Mother, father, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, grandchildren, grandparents, and children points off to H, which is here. So children, I have the number of children, the sex of the children, the age, the names. Are they adopted? Are they foster children? And then I go down here with like the number. And, you know, here you can get number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus. How many children do you have? The sex, the ages, the names. And so what I did with for doing these mind maps in here is to develop characters. Sort of when you write a story, kind of define that character in your head. You know, what period of time do they live in? Are they living now, like in 2024? When were they born? You know, all of that is in here. So what is their intelligence level, you know, and that gets off to, you know, what kind of schooling did they have? Did they just, like my dad got his bachelor's degree. My mother quit school in 8th grade, but she was smarter than my dad. She had well, you could say street smarts at that time. You know, she read a lot. She loved to read. What are their favorites, their social media, and you could just go on and on and on, like I was up to letter U in defining this, and I'm sure I left some things out. Yeah. Hi, Vicki. Welcome in. It's good to see you. You're going to bed? Okay. Good night, Vicki. Good morning, Vicki. I don't know what part of the world you're in, but either good night or good morning. Sweet dreams. I'll say sweet dreams, Vicki. So here I got a mind map for the age, you know, like their birth year. And of course I put 2017 was when I made this all up. And so what age were they in 2017? I have their birth year, where were they born, were they adopted, you know, so there's a lot of things more that could go with age in here. It's just what I could think of at the time. So here I'm writing characteristics of the face, the shape of the face, the eyes, define the eyes, the nose, the mouth. And so I made little lists for shape of the face, or this is really the head. So the shape of the head, is it round, square, oval, circular, rectangle? The eyes, what color are they? And I listed some common colors of eyes. Are their eyelashes long or short? The shape of the eyes, the size of the eyes. The nose, is it long, short, medium, straight, curved, big, small? Their nostrils, are they big, small, medium? Their mouth, their lips, their teeth. So this whole thing in here kind of, and skin tone. Over here I got number 5 is skin tone. Is it smooth? Is it wrinkled? Are they blemishes? Is it ruddy white? Do they have birthmarks? So this is something I really do need to finish, because like I said, I think I got to J, hobby. Well, that's 10 mind maps right there. It gets quite involved. But, and some of these I did not paint out. Like this was an article about cattle drives in the 1800s, and there's kind of a story in my, I never knew my grandfather on my dad's side, but the story goes that he participated in cattle drives, which means that he was a cowboy between Oklahoma and, you know, further north here. So I kind of, this came out of the, gosh, I can't even read it. It's faded in. I don't know what magazine this came out of. Capper's Farmer magazine. And here, it looks like I was playing with writing with my fine liner. Description of a country cat. So I started defining things of a country cat. They chase mouse, they purr, they get into mischief, they watch the butterflies. What is this? Roam around the property, protect my humans, sit in the sunshine, chase the country bugs, defend the home from evil, malicious, conniving birds. Nap on the braided rug. And I have a feeling that this was contributed by a list in a stream, because I don't know if I would have thought of all those things. And here, what was I doing here? Testing writing. This was a painted out page, and I was using different types of ink pen and media to draw on the acrylic, which now, after, 7 years, it should be nice and dry. So here I did crayons, ice cream cone, looks like a big pen, write a line of text, R2 pens, which is water soluble, Bic Bold pens, Uniball 307 gel pen, brown Stabilo pencil up here, and this is AF. I'm not sure what that means. It ran out. This is something. Watercolor pencil. This smoothie is written in watercolor pencil. Higgins Black Magic ink with a ink pen. That's the ink that comes in the bottle. Write with a brush and write with a dip pen. So I was playing around with different types of media on this page. And a lot of these pages, after you get into here, I haven't done anything on. They're just all painted out. So what does that tell you? After 7 years, you better get it out and do some art in it. I've got 800 pages to go. Look at, and this is all when I was also learning from Dee Dee about reverse collage. Oh, here's my index here. Here's my index. I made an index. I counted my page, 885 pages, 685 there. Wait. 680, oh no, see there's more. It goes to 825 pages. And here's where I started writing down the mind maps in here. MM stands for mind map. Job description of a country cat. job description of a country cat too. So I did 2 pages there, and these were my writing tests. I just covered those. Here's some more mind maps over here. Here's index page. That's what these are. So I should put a tab on this because this is on my index page, right in the middle of everything, because I started my mind maps back here. I left plenty of room. But I was learning from Dee Dee Willingham at that time, reverse collage. And reverse collage is where you paint out everything on the page except for images that you want to leave. Like I left that whole page. This is a Christmas page in Chicago, I think. Let's find one. Here's a zipper jacket. Looks like a Santa Claus. No, it's a Marinette jacket, $49.50. Looks like a Santa Claus suit. Here, cut and dried. Hoping for harvest in a barren land. So I left the journal spots. Not enough home for the holidays, question mark. Here I left a football player. So I left images on there to kind of inspire me. Here's some more, another Christmas page. There's a Texas page. So I think I should just start playing in this. And I thought one thing I could do is some jelly printing with smaller jelly plates. Here is a mind map. I'm sure we did this in a stream. We were talking about art failures. What are some art failures? Let's see. Not using the product correctly. Trashes art. Not using purchase supplies is an art failure. I don't know what's... Oh, I think that's supposed to... compari. I'm not sure what that word is. Muddy paint is an art failure. So bad you threw it in the garbage. So I'm defining what we think of as an art failure. Bleed through to the next page. Maybe not so much in today's world, but bleed through was something that people avoided a lot. Well, some people probably still do. You know, don't use media that's going to bleed through and ruin your image on the other side. Chemically bad mixes and mediums. So you might buy something that's just chemically bad, you know. Product made you sick. Not caring for your art tools. Different sized eyes, like making a small eye and a big eye is, you know, or even out of proportion. You put your paintbrush in coffee. Giving up. I'm not sure what this spins on pages. I'm not sure what that is. Some of these I write so fast sometimes when you guys are giving me ideas and stuff that sometimes I can't read my own writing. Not enough product, running out mid-project. Underestimate the time. That's something I do. Learning what went wrong. Sloppy fussy cutting. E6000 glued from... Oh, this is something I did. I was gluing foam together, and I learned to not use E6000 to glue foam together because it will literally melt the styrofoam. So you got to be careful what type of glue you use on styrofoam. Snipped off somebody's nose when you're fussy cutting. Overcommitment. The product doesn't perform as promised. Finishing or not finishing. Pages stick together. You have to tear it away. Your glitter pen clogs up. You melted something with a heat gun. Substrate failure. Like you used too thin a paper, or you were erasing, you erased a hole through the paper. Art looks like everyone else's. Let's see, there's some more on here. Uh, I can't read. I don't know what these are. Overestimating, finishing, easily distracted, I think. Easy sidetracked. You get too many bright ideas, and improper care of your art. So we did a mind map on one of my streams. This is kind of fun to go back and review. And, you know, I just, of course, Dee Dee, she advises to work on the back, in the middle, and in the front, not to work page by page because your journal will get all out of shape. Here is where I was cutting with an X-Acto knife through my pages, and I glued it down because it was very, you can see, like that. So I glued it down, but this is all cut with an X-Acto knife. I was just playing with it. And on this one, I put, like a window over it. I kind of like that. And I have some more in here too. Here's a very fall one, Indian corn. But I went through and I painted out, I did reverse collage through 825 pages. This is pages from the past, from the Cappers Weekly, I'm sure. And I kind of like how on some of these pages, I divided them into sections. There's some black, this was a page, there's some black pages that were divided into sections. And here I did a, I don't know if this was a Pic 10. It's dated 6/7 of 17. Looks like I used a stencil and modeling paste here. I put the kids there. This was drawn, obviously, with ink. This isn't a stencil. This is, I recognize that stencil. That's why I know it's modeling paste. Blah, blah, blah. You guys, I have to tell you. Hi, Cal. Welcome in. Welcome in, Cal. Kelly Ralston. I have to tell you guys something happened to me today. I was in an online meeting. I was so embarrassed. I raised my hand to speak. It's on Google Meet. I was in an online meeting. A lot of people in there. And I unmuted myself because I knew I was coming up. And there's this lady talking. And she was talking and she was talking. I forgot I had my microphone on. I said, oh, this is horrible. I hope she doesn't hear this. I said, yakety, yakety, yak. The meeting stopped. She stopped. The host said, I think that was Marydale. I apologized right away. And then I'm going, how could I have done that? How could I have done that? And now I look back on it and go, you know, I apologized to her several times. I was so embarrassed. I thought, well, it wasn't meant for you. You know, it was, because she was, you know, she was enthused, and she's kind of wittering like what I am now, you know, and I have to say, creators, when you go live stream a lot, you're used to talking for 4 hours straight. This snowman. Blah, blah, blah. Just I could put a hair clip in this and just put a pair of slacks on this and a white shirt and yeah, a band-aid on its arm and call it Miss Meri. I was so embarrassed. I apologize because that was, you know, I didn't know that the whole world was listening to me. I was really embarrassed. So if you're out there going, yakety, yakety, yak, I give you permission to turn the sound off or whatever you need to do. K3N calls it wittering. And she was a very nice person, and she was so enthused about, here's another carved page. I didn't put anything over that. I might do some more of that sometime, because I seem to, of course, it's a pretty fragile page. Put some of that colored, oh, what do they call it? The colored, it escapes me the term. Like the window paper. I'll think of it when I'm not embarrassed. But I do look back on that now and kind of laugh. And if you all think, acetate. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much. You all know in here that I'm not perfect. I'm certainly the least person to be perfect. And boy, did it show today. I was so embarrassed, and it was really rude. But I was just reacting. I was listening and listening and listening, and I was ready to move on. Oh. But I publicly apologized to her, so I kind of cleared myself, but not really, because it was really a very, if that would have been me talking and somebody would have verbally interrupted my talk and said yakety yakety yak, I would have probably, I would have been very insulted. And she took my apology with such grace. It made me feel even more guilty. Oh dear. K3N calls this wittering. Over in, I guess over in the UK and in England, they call somebody who talks, just talks up a stream as wittering. Wittering, wittering. But I will say, if you stream a lot, you're on. And unless when you're doing art, you can talk about what you're doing, but your mouth is still going. And if your mouth wasn't going, or if you didn't have some type of background sound going, people would get bored and leave. Probably get bored anyway and leave. Oh. Cute facts about country cats. It is, isn't it? I think that was probably a group list. I think I probably did that online. So, here's one that says, just hang around until. You could do a list there. This one says, hosting afternoon teas, playing with the cat, celebrating anniversaries, enjoying a bestseller, welcoming dear friends. Sounds like some type of activities. These hands tend to be overprotective. That was an ad, and it looks like the hands are holding a child there. But here's where, I like how I get some of these pages divided into sections. Look at that. That's a cool page. Idea homes. Autumn. Yeah. I was looking for those pages. I think they're still to come. See, there's some apples. Apple a day. But I think they're still... This page was one of the first I did in this magazine. I did a pick 10, I think. No, I told a story. I told a story about this lady. I did not do a mind map, but she was visiting Coney Island. Did I write this story? I don't, yeah, oh, here. This was an exercise, a homework assignment from Dee Dee Willingham. And I did my homework. She did the who, what, when, where, why, and how. And I got some ABCDs over here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6s, and I got the image. So I took the images here. You can't tell them all because it's a collage, and I painted and scraped out paint. But this lady, I think this was my main character, and I have a teapot. Looks like an angry bird or an owl bird. Well, my images are right here. 3 jars of flowers. The center is a Coney Island gal. This is the main image. Coney Island gal. Three jars of flowers. Yellow quilt squares. That's an image. A paint on coffee pots and trays. So coffee pot and trays. I'm not sure where that's at. This, I think. Oh, no, here's the coffee pot and trays. These are trays, and this is a coffee pot. Ugly crow birds right here. Square tiles. Not sure. Well, this says Coney Island, and behind her, I'm not sure where the square tiles. I think that's the quilt. Yellow quilt squares. A wooden pail. Oh, here's the tiles here. Kind of like playing a game here. Where's the wooden pail? I'm not sure. A wooden pail, flower, bloom, and butterfly, a wooden shelf of figurines. A wooden shelf of figurines must be in there. This might be the tile, the wooden, I can't find them all now. That could be the wooden pail there. It looks like a wooden, it's set that way. And I have greetings from Coney Island, and here's my Coney Island gal, and behind here is a postcard that says Coney Island. So the story goes, who, what, where, and why, the Coney Island bathing cutie, postcard from the weekend at Coney Island in the late 1920s is the when. Where is the Coney Island, New York? Why? Greeting. This is another way to do mind mapping here and to tell the story of your images. But I did kind of a collage, and I painted it out, and it was just an art exercise. It was a homework exercise. So, friends, clip garden bouquet. 3 jars of flowers was found in the room where she was staying. The friends welcome to make her feel comfortable and feeling like she's at home with it, wherever. And I got with scissors. Oh, a bouquet. They made I'm not sure what the with scissors. It was in my head at the time. Friends, Coney cutie is visiting. Yellow quilt squares. The bed in her room when arriving. So there was this yellow quilt squares. She's staying with friends, I think, and they put a yellow quilt with squares in her room where she was staying, on the bed in her room. It's comforts of home and special use only. The quilt is only used for special times. So what about the tea service? Painted coffee, pots and trays. Sunday brunch. Friends home in New York. Ladies get together. And guests. I can't read the last word. she notices the tiles are from the restaurant at Child's something or other. She noticed as she went to dinner, the Child's Building restaurant, exploring surroundings, crowded lines, why she saw it. This is still the Who. We're talking about this Coney Island cutie. The image, she's talking about the wooden pail. She carried it on an afternoon at the beach, or she found it on the beach, and it holds eyes and berry and sand. I'm not sure what I was thinking. I was trying to form a story about this lady who goes to Coney Island to visit friends. And so I was taking each one of these images and going through, like, well, the best example I think is of the quilt. Her friend, she's staying with friends, and they put a yellow quilt with squares, that yellow quilt, this, on her bed, and they only use it on special occasions. She sees a flower and butterflies on her morning walk along the boardwalk. It's a quiet summer morning, and the butterflies flitter in her face. The wooden shelf of figurines is a goodbye gift. It's given to her at the train station as a remembrance, and it's wrapped as a gift. So this is a card from Coney Island Cutie. Coney Island Cutie sends postcards to the folks at home. Here's the little story, telling about her weekend spent with friends in New York and the weekend visit to Coney Island. This is the place to be. Greetings from Coney Island, New York. So I was telling this little story about the little lady who visited friends. I wish that I would have kept these images a little bit more clear as I did this, but that's how I did it at the time. I like how this mind mapped in here. I'm not sure what I was doing here. A remembrance given, sometimes happen, figurines, gift, butterfly. I'm not sure. I made a whole lot of notes there. I'm not sure what all this was about. I'd have to study it a little more. It'd be fun to do something like this again. Just pick 10 random. I think the assignment was to like pick 10 random images and tell a story, but kind of mind map it out. This is the who, what, when, where, why, and how. And you know, it's amazing how these stories come to you. Great books. I call them required reading. I couldn't agree more. So I left quotes. Here's $10,000, $30,000. We're getting richer. Gosh, I'm going to have to do something in this. Proof that great ideas get heard. This whole journal is proof of that, from Dee Dee Willingham. Ins and outs of Madison. 3.5 seconds flat. I'm not sure what this is about. College Town. Outdoors. Something, something. Lake trails, meeting place, minds of culture. I don't know if that's Madison, Wisconsin, or another Madison. Or they're talking, I'm not sure what they're talking about here, because I painted it all out. And this is where I was playing with my fine liners. I can feel the texture. I can just, all of these kind of scallopy scale things, I can just run my hand here, and I can just feel that texture. And over here was more scribbling. I was playing with paint in my fine line paint applicators. And the dots, I can just feel the texture on here. It was a fun exercise to do. And here's some more. These are what I cut out from I was going to collage them down from the pages that I cut out previously. Here's a harvest page. Your day, your new way. It was an advertisement. Here's another cutout page here. Isn't that cool? I kind of like it this way. These are the ones I was getting to. I squared these off. Just made lines. Painted them out. I think I painted out the pictures that were on here. Elegant enough for dinner with the head of the studio. I painted it out. I got some more like that in here someplace. The mother reading a book to her child. I like the divisions of the pages. I like how they're divided in here, going back through this. Capper's Farmer Magazine. I got those free magazines from the library. Boy, I had a time painting this. I remember I didn't think I'd ever get done. The Road to Tomorrow. Looks like the Go West Young Man page. Old historical transportation with the stagecoach and covered wagons. Looks like another type of carriage. Stagecoach. So you can make those magazines. I don't think magazines are, a lot of them have disappeared off of the... Hi, Vanessa. Welcome in. You haven't gone to sleep? Yeah, I know. I have trouble sleeping too, so I thought I might as well get up and do some art. And here I am, yakety yakety yakking. Yakety yakety yak. Yakety 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 yak. Old wives' tales. I don't know what I was saying though. That's proof that it's just withering. The flag. Should do some art in here. I kind of like the idea of picking 10 images. Here's some thread, yarns. Nifty. Nifty. And I've knitted this little lamb. Raccoons. Here's some inserts that came with it. I'm sure this was a inserted little magazine in there. I left it in there. Here's a little boy kissing his golden retriever. 1 hour cheese. Create. Beneficial garden bugs. That's what all those are. Garden and flowers. Create. And I just left that word there. Looks like a garden plan there. Gardening. Farming lavender. What's cooking? There's a recipe box. I don't know if I have those images that I fussy cut close by. I would love just to go to a place in here. There's my Dee Dee Willingham. That's my dedication page. It probably doesn't look a thing like her, but I didn't know what she looked like at that time. And I didn't know her well enough to know her Instagram account and where to find pictures of her and everything. So I probably saw a snatch of her. She only shows her hands, Every now and then she'll show her face. But that's how I imagined her. And I think I did one of Gina in here, because I was following Gina Ahrens at this time. I don't know if I still have that. It was toward the back. Do I have Gina's? Well, I could look in my index. I'm going to have to put a tab on my index. I think it was in here. Let's see. Lace pages. Let's go to the front. Lace pages. Rainbow paper. Black stencil. I'm not sure what that was. This is the front. Dedication page. Stained glass inside front cover. I must have did. Oh, this is... I'm calling that stained glass of the who, what, when, where, why, and how. I was inspired. And then here's a little deal about storytelling. Rediscovering our fables, folk tales, and Midwest heritage. Once upon a time, and then it goes, I don't know if I painted out the rest. It looks like I painted out a lot of it. And that's Dee Dee's dedication page. I want to see if I index, because I'm pretty sure I did a Gina page, but I might have painted it out because I don't think I was too happy with it. Or I might have done it in an art journal. But I wanted to do a Gina page the same way that, because Gina Ahrens at that time was really inspiring me. Gina Ahrens, 773. See, that's why you have an index. 773. Now, this probably does not look like her either. Yeah. It's my skill at the time. She probably thought, that doesn't look like me at all, Mary. 773. Well, this is 693. It's this way. $732. There's a lot I haven't shown you in here. This is really an interesting journal. I'm liking this. 775. It's right in here. Can I peek? Oh, I don't know. I think it does look like her. This is my Gina Ahrens page. Don't forget to go out and do something nice for yourself because you deserve it. She was always saying that at the end of her streams. Gina Ahrens, I followed her. She did these wonderful, wonderful Wednesday noon live streams where she did beautiful watercolors. And then for some reason, she just quit doing them. Kind of like a Donna Downey thing. I don't know. She got a really good following. I'm not sure where she's at now or what she's doing. Yeah, I think I did a pretty good job on her. I should do a Becky McCauley page. Thank you, Jen. Vanessa says, I will nap when the light is out. Mary, please read my comment. Let's see, what does she say? Someone tried to steal my landlord's truck from the backyard. No. I'm so glad that all the cards in the backyard has car alarms. Oh my goodness. Oh, Vanessa. That's scary. Kel says, oh wow, that sounds scary. I wouldn't sleep either. I will nap when it's light out. Oh, I see why you're saying that now. I should do a Janet Nash and a I did a Barb Owen sketch, but when her husband passed away and we did that group project for her, I sent it to her. So I don't have her in here. I did a sketch of Cinnamon Cooney in my other art journal. I should do some more sketches of people. I like that idea of doing that mind map of the special moments, not the mess. Remember the special moments, not the mess left behind. That kind of defines art journaling, doesn't it? If I did something like that, I would want to do it across some light pages like this to do the mind map. Something like this. Do the mind map maybe here, and the image here, it says, design for potters, poets, and... What's on the other side? Oh, it's another blank page. This would be a good... I don't know if I have I have a folder of fussy cuts. Oh, is it over here? Let me stand up and walk over here. Is that... yeah. Let me pull these out. Are these fussy cuts or clusters? I think they're fussy cuts. So the object is that homework assignment is to pull 10 pictures out. And I don't know if you're supposed to just randomly pull or if you're supposed to look and pull. Look and pull. Well, let's randomly pull, and then if I can't make a story, I'll keep pulling. But you only use 10, I think. So, this may be a bad choice. I don't know what it is. It looks like a chest. I don't even know what way it goes. Oh, it's the top of a fireplace with vases. I'm going to not use that. That doesn't inspire me. Let's pick some images. Fairy seeds. Okay, the seed company. It kind of depends on what magazine you're pulling from. What's this? Vintage. That's 2. So I'm kind of choosing though. I'm kind of choosing because if I'm going to tell a story, I have to have something like a lady or something to tell the story, a gentleman. We'll save those 2. I suppose I should just pull them out this way and randomly go through them, but it gets kind of messy. And then I'll pick 10 and see what kind of a story. Boy, there's a lot in here. You can see I was busy fussy cutting at one time. I drop them all over the place. Is that all of them? Okay, these that I don't want, I'm going to put back in as I go. So these are possibilities. The horse, maybe. Just depends. People. I need some people. I got a jar. I'm looking for a person. I'm looking for a focal image. There's a man on a horse. I want to tell a story, but I have to get inspired. These storytellers have to get inspired. And when I fussy cut, when I go through decorator magazines, I should zoom in a little so you guys can see this stuff a little better. I'm done looking at through my journal. We're going to pull some images because I feel like playing. Is that too much? Because that's one image. How's that? Let me catch up with myself here. Yeah, that's pretty good. When I look at the decorator magazines, I like to pull bookshelves because I can cut these apart for shadow boxes. And like I could cut it here and have this part be a part of a shadow box. This is kind of a lot. This is a smaller picture. I probably have other things that make more sense, but let me bend this folder open so that I can just slip things in, because I'm not going to use that. I'm looking for a person. I may not have saved a person. I got pictures. There's old Bing Crosby. Bing Crosby and something else here. Oh, it looks like it's a calendar. Saturday Evening Post, January of 2020. Here's a crocheted piece. It inspired me at the time. I'll probably look at all these and throw them all back in the envelope. I'm kind of, these pictures are kind of inspiring me. There's a quilt. I have no idea what this is. Huh. Is it a belt? I don't know. I fussy cut it. It must have meant something at the time. But a lot of decorator magazines, like here's a bedspread, a plate, a vase. Now a window or a door, it looks like I got some plates, a window. Here's some seam binding. Here's a thermos. Here's another picture. I seem to be pulling the pictures, the wall art. Here's another one I saved of like a shadow box thing. Maybe I should concentrate on wall art and shadow boxes. What does this say? Handcrafted. I'll save that out. So I think this is a doorknob. A plate. You'd be surprised what can inspire you. Some more plates. Obviously, I was in a decorator type magazine, because now here's a vintage photo of a man and a woman. I'm kind of going toward the pictures. I think that's calling to me. Do me, do me. There's a chair and a pillow. None of these. There's a dog. Is it a Christmas dog? What is this? Looks like a Christmas dog on a sleigh. Put him with the horse. Whoops. Something fell. What was it? Ruler. My ruler. I just don't have enough room on my desk. Too much out on my desk. Wait, is that a clock? A watch clock? We'll save that. Looks like a plate clock. Here's another picture. I think the art is calling me. The art pictures. The portraits and... Maybe write a story about family going up the staircase. I don't know, or an art gallery type thing. If I can't find a focal image, like I'm thinking of a boy or a girl or a woman or a man, these seem to be decorator type things. Plates and rugs and barrels. I must have been cutting up some decorator magazines. It's another coffee pot. Here's some pictures on the wall. We'll save those out. Here's another. I like to save the shelves of plates, and looks like some white pumpkins up on the top. There's some white pumpkins in there. Old irons. Here's a door. It says, quiet. We'll say that. Here's this, looks like a sifter. An old sifter to sift flour. Here's the handle. Last words are for fools who haven't said enough. Talking about your famous last words. They're for fools who haven't said enough. I cut that out as a journal spot. Well, I don't see any people in here. Oh, wait, here's another picture. Obviously, this was a decorator magazine, a stack of them. Now, she could be a focal image right there. That's the type of thing I'm looking for. This was just some splatter. This was part of the page. Maybe I'll save that. What else do I have in here? Vases. Here's another picture. I'm obviously going toward the portraits. Like a big tall lamp or something. It gets all wrinkled in there. This is a picture, but it's a wall art, like colonial type wall art. It's not a portrait or anything. So, looks like a cake. See, I like these for shadow boxes. Huh. Should do a shadow box page out of this stuff. Out of all the dishes and things. I'm not going to do that tonight. This morning. Now that is a piece of, that's a lady. Obviously it's a statue of some sort. I could see these dishes going in a shadow box. All of these little vases and lamps and pottery, and that's just a black piece. Probably why I cut them up. I don't know what I was cutting up. There's certainly a lot of them. I'm in my own world here, just wittering away. Hi, Esther. Welcome in. Artful Esther says, hi, Mary and everyone. I'm just stopping by for a few seconds to see what's going on. I'm really tired, so I'll only stay a few minutes. Okay. She's probably gone by now. This has, let's see, she said that around 3:23. Oh, about 10 minutes ago, maybe. So she's probably not around yet, but I forget when I'm looking at stuff like this. I forget that you guys are out there listening. Or sleeping, one or the other. Yeah, there's a lot of dishes and stuff in here. I'm kind of glad I pulled it out because this says this is just calling to be a shadow box. All of these images. I'm not going to do a shadow box page here because I want to tell a story. But, oh, there's another portrait. I'm leaning toward the portraits here. For some reason, among all those dishes, there were portraits. That's a greeting card. What's this? Wonder Bread. What's on the back? I'm not sure why I saved that. Like a little shed with some sort of a cat in it, or some sort of an animal in it. It all makes sense when I look. Here's another. I'm sure these portraits are saying we need a story told about us. And I'm not sure what. Here's another one. I'm not sure what. I might have to pull them and then think about the story later. Kind of like that. It's a piece of jewelry. I might have to pull the images and let the images gel in my head. Make up the map. You know, it doesn't have to be all in one setting. And I don't know, I don't know how late I'm going to be on. I don't know if I'll be on tomorrow morning because I'm on now. I may get tired. I said that last week, and I went till 9 o'clock, but I don't know if I can last till 9 o'clock. Usually I stream on Tuesdays until 9. These are all plates and dishes. Look, there's eggs on there. I'm not sure what magazines I was looking at, or books or something. It's a lamp. There's a piece of naked lady. Plates. Obviously it was a home decorator type thing, or maybe a book about dishes. A collector's book about dishes. I'll bet that's what it was. I don't know how the portraits got in there. Could have been a miscellaneous magazine. Cupboard. All of this started just because I pulled this magazine out from behind the cliff there. I don't know how long it's been back there. It was holding up my surge protector, but I don't think I need it anymore to hold up the surge protector. Here's another shelf of images for my shadow box type thing. I like to save these. Should do a shadow box. Well, there's another portrait, see? And these are, there's something with these portraits going on in my head. I'm not sure what. See, there's another shadow box. The shadow boxes and the portraits. Here's a clock. Tiny clock. Plates. Yeah, this must have been, as I'm thinking about, here's an egg that I did one for one Easter. I don't think I've sent these out. I don't know. Bunny Easter egg. The Meri Atelier, April 1st, 2018. And that is a carved bunny rabbit. I carved that stamp and then I painted it and put it on an Easter egg. This is cut out of a shape made by a Kleenex box. That should go in my Society by Dick collector. I'll put it over here. Well, I don't want to put all this stuff back until I've explored it all. This is, it says, it's good to be home. Maybe that's saying. Here's some ladies on the beach. It looks like Jacqueline Kennedy, but it's not. I think that's a clock of some sort. I think, as I think about this, here's a stained glass window that inspired me. Save that out. As I look at these, I think this was a book about glassware. I probably got it at a book sale and said, I can't take it anymore. They're all piling up on me. I got it to cut up, so I'm gonna cut it up. And so I did. And this is the result. Except for the portraits. I'm not sure where they came from. Kind of like that. Here's another portrait. What's that? A map? No, I think that's just toile. Plates. I'm looking at these individually because I don't want to miss a portrait. Here's a book. What does it say? As White as the Sky by Jessica Pack. As White as the Sky. Huh. Here's a portrait of Santa Claus. It's a member of the family who didn't want his face showing. What that is, some sort of a decorator thing. Chinese figurines or Japanese. That's kind of colonial art. I'm going to save it out. All right, let me. Is that another portrait? What is this? No. Let me put these away. Oh, there's a portrait. And here's another portrait. What is she doing there? Playing baseball, I think. So Uncle Sam Bank, is that a bank? Gathering room, I'm going to save that out. New ideas for old things. Obviously this was a collector's book. I think it was a book on glassware and that type of thing, and some magazine stuff in here too. Deck the halls. Wow. I think of all the time I spent fussy cutting this stuff. It's all glassware. It's a hinge. A lock and a hinge. A door lock. Stars. Looks like a picture of the mother and child. It's another man and a horse. That kind of called to me too. Yep, those little pieces. He's on the floor. We just say, I'm jumping off the table. See you later. Some ladybugs on a plant with the dewdrops. It's another picture. It's not a portrait. It's flamingos. Brick wall. Chair and table and painted, inspired by Picasso, I think. Angie says, hello all, I'm going back to bed. Karen K says, my eyes won't stay open, good night. I know, you guys, I'm surprised any of you came in. I'm surprised because when I do these real early wee art in the morning things, I don't expect people to find me. If you all go to bed, I'll probably, it's almost 4 o'clock though. I'm probably going to pick out my pictures, and here's another portrait. These portraits are calling to me. But I have to think, oh, this one's stuck. I have to think of what I want to do with them. So the story, I'm pulling them, but I might get some more fussy cuts rather than collector's items here. This is obviously from, well, this looks like it's from a Mary Jane magazine with the boots, top of cowboy boots. But you guys, I don't expect you guys to stay in here. I didn't expect you to come. But you're welcome. You know, I don't hold it against you if you got to go to bed. I don't know what that is. Some sort of a decorator thing. Now this is a man and dogs, and this is an interesting photo. So what I'll probably do is pick out my inspiration pieces and it's a little girl, and think about the story that I want to tell. I might get out some more images that are not dishes and stuff. Jen says, I'm awake, Mary. I'm just cutting up stuff. Angie says, Mary, I'm sorry I can't stay. You know I would if I could, but I got to get up at 6 and fry eggs for the boys. Well, you get some rest, Angie. You don't have to apologize for going to bed. Not to me, anyway. You go get some rest. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Angie girl. What's this? Oh, recipes. That might go good in that one cooking page. But I'm going to put it back because I don't want to I don't want to take the time to find the page. Looks like some sort of a animal made out of sugar or something. Food animals, is that what this is? No, that's a dish. I'm starting to see animals. I'm looking for portraits. I don't want to put these back until I get all my portraits. We Americans. There's a picture. It's not a portrait. I think it's some sort of a scene. You know, those decorator magazines, I like the shelfware because I think these will make nice shadow boxes. A lot of them are dishes, but there's some that are somebody's art. There's a lot of them that are bookshelves too, and they make nice shadow boxes. But I'm going to do a Dee Dee Willingham homework assignment 7 years later. Let's see. What's in here? Yeah, this has to be a country sampler magazine. Ooh, that looks like Victoria magazine. Oh, cupboard doors. I like things like that. Little cartoon that says, knows when you need a hug. It's got a little circle around that girl. She knows when you need a hug. Let me put these in. I'm looking for portraits. Of course, I got to look at every one. Old fans. It's another dish. A lot of dishes. Books. Children's books. I happened onto a sale, Debbie Hams and Three Chicks. I don't go in there much, but I popped in and she was selling them. She had an offer up going. And it was a small book. I think she said it was like a couple inches tall and an inch or so wide. But it was out of print. I mean, it was out of copyright. And I bid on it and I got it, so. And then she was selling an old pages out of an old German book, I think. It was a hymnal. Not a hymnal. It was, I don't know, it was German language. And she was selling like 5 pages for 10 or 5. Well, it ended up there were so many people who wanted it. That's a pattern piece. There were so many people that wanted it that that's another Santa Claus, that she's going to have to share out the pages. So when you ask for 4 sets of 10 pages out of 100, I think there were 225 pages or 125 pages, and a whole bunch of people wanted them. I'll probably only get one set, probably. We'll probably only get 1 set each. Which is okay. I mean, it's 10 pages for $1? 10 cents a page. She was splitting up the book. What does that word say? Last words, famous last words. No, I don't think I want to. And so I got those, and I got that little book, and then I said, I've got to get out of here or I'll spend money I don't need to spend money on. So I said goodnight to everybody. But I'll probably go back to their sale again. She was selling some nice things. It's kind of an interesting piece. Starlight. Is that a portrait? Well, it's some men jumping over. Oh no, are they going? No, they're jumping. Looks like they're acrobats. This man or lady is laying down. I'm not sure what's going on in that picture. Here's some pictures. This is more what I want. I want something I can tell a story about. The dog and some kids. This would make a nice story right there. But I'm going to have to get out some other images because these are more glassware. I got more than 10 portraits there. I'll have to pick and choose from them too. Here's another portrait. This is why I'm going through every one. There's a painting. Not really a portrait, but they're all paintings. All right, hold on. I can't hold everything. More flamingos. Santa Claus. There's a portrait. Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? I said sleigh bells ring. And the rain, snow is glistening. La da da da, la da da da. That's the Mary and Joseph either fleeing to Egypt or coming back. La da 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 da. Now I got me singing Christmas carols. La da da da, la da da da. Walking in a winter wonderland. We had a lot of rain. Last night, about 7 o'clock, my brother wanted to watch wrestling. And I usually just turn off anything that I'm doing and let him watch wrestling. There's a portrait or a picture. But the TV, we have dish satellite dish up on the top, and the TV went blank and it said we couldn't get reception. And I said, what's going on? And then boom, great big, man, that was one big thunder blast. That was one big thunder. Scared the bejeebies out of me. And then it started raining, and it was still kind of raining around 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. I was still up. I couldn't sleep. I think I'm pretty well gone through all this stuff. I'm just kind of trying to get it all back in the envelope. I guess I'm going to have to do some shadow boxes, a whole book of shadow boxes glassware. Because I certainly have enough. This is just an acrylic piece, I think came with something. Washi tape, I think. I'm going to use it as a scraper. Alright, do we have any portraits in here? Yes, we do. That old, oh yeah, here's another one. And then this sailor, he keeps showing up. He's upside down. He's a very famous painting, I think. Newsroom. Women who dare, women who care, women who share. What's on the other side? The networks of friendship make her strong. Any woman alone without friends to sustain her, to nurture her and support, to hold with loving arms, like a single thread, is weak. But the weaving, the loving, the nurturing of others, the networks of friendship make her strong. Barbara, the kinship of women. I'm going to save that out, because that seems to go with all those lady portraits. That's just, and I could see putting a thread, a piece of fabric or something on that. So that's coming together. And I'll get some more fussy cuts out to make more of a story. I won't use all those portraits unless I do more than one. We'll see about that, because I got too many other things on my desk here. Just go look at the magazine art journal and get inspired, Mary, with more stuff. It's all Dee Dee Willingham's fault. Angie says, Mary, I'm sorry, I'm going to bed. She's got to get up and feed the boys at 6 o'clock. I think Karen faded away. I think a lot of you went, you know, that's quite all right. It's 4 o'clock in the morning here. I couldn't sleep. I'm normally, oh, here's another picture. See, this is why I look at each one, because see, there's another picture, a family picture. This is why I sort them all out, because I don't want to put something back that will tell my story. What is that? I have no idea what this is. Maybe I saved it for that. I'm getting there. Looks like I saved it for the flowers. Here's a hat. No, that's a rooster. Oh, I want to wear a rooster on your head. Those Chinese wrestlers. Teapots. I don't see anything in here. That's a picture, but it's very dark and small. Probably cut it out of a room in a decorator magazine. We art in the morning. Here's a wall of pictures. We'll save that. It's a Christmas. I think these are ones I looked at. They look familiar to me. I think I've got them all. Wait, what's this? What's this? It's a portrait? Yeah. It's got a collage portrait there. See? I didn't have them all. Now I want to look at each one. Make sure I'm not throwing anything back that I want. Double duty. Flamingos. There's another portrait. She must have been at the top of the page. I'm not going to use her because her head's cut off. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine. Hide it under a bushel, no. You ever sing that song in Bible school? I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Little light, don't hide your light underneath of a bushel. Teacups. Almost looks like a lady in a hat there, doesn't it? Looks like a lady in a hat, and when you turn it over, it's just teacups. Where'd it go? It's a lady figurine. I'm just about done. I don't see any more portraits in here. So we'll just put all these back. So what did you save out? Well, I think the portraits are speaking to me, but they're not telling the whole story. And then there's some other pictures in there that are not portraits. They're family photos. Let's look at them. Let's see what I saved. And then I saved the horses and the men and the horses. That may be another story. We'll put them in another part of the... I don't know why I saved Bing Crosby. And the thermos. And I think these are things I meant, some of this I meant to put back in. Hold on, let's look at this. Butterflies. No, I meant to save that, but I don't want it now. I saved that out. Clock. Plates and doors. Some of this goes back in. Here's the man on the horse. I saved him. I saved the dog. I don't know why. I saved the handcrafted, but I'm going to put that back because it's not talking to me. The men on the horses kind of talk to me, but I think I'm going to put them back. Seeds. The dog goes back. The men on the horses go back. All right. Let me put these things back in the... Oh. This little light of mine. Did Becky pop in? Good morning, Becky. Becky, I found this magazine art journal that I did with Dee Dee Willingham in 2017, around June. And I dusted it off, and I looked through it, and I ran across the homework assignment that she assigned us, and I did it. And I did it so well that it inspired me to do another one. What you do is you pick images. Oh, I don't want these. You pick images out of a magazine. I do want this. And then you tell a story around it. Well, I had these fussy cut images, but most of them were dishes like this. That's a plate of painted plate. And that's a quilt. I'm going to put these back in the folder here. Throw it behind me. Hold on. So most of what spoke to me as I went through this wittering, through this package of images, obviously I cut up a collector's book. I did save my stained glass window out. So here's a photo I saved, but I saved a lot of these painted portraits. And well, I don't want that out either. Saved a lot of these. So I'm thinking this one is quite a famous painting, I think, of the old seaman. Maybe I'll put the extras back because I see him a lot. But I got all these painted ladies. Now this could be, you know, I've saved a lot. Now I saved photos. Like this would make a nice story here. A girl, a man and a dog, and a girl and her doll. Looks like Andy Griffith. I wonder if that's Andy Griffith. It says looking back on here. It's a looking back magazine. This almost looks like Andy Griffith. I don't know if it is. Who knows? I don't. Which makes me really, as much as I like the photo, if that's Andy Griffith, I don't know if I want to save this story. I wonder if I could find that picture online. I wonder if I could take a picture of it and Google it and see if I could find it. But all of these, I'm thinking I could tell a story of around these. I'm going to put my photos over here. These are all like painted portraits. You don't see these much even at the thrift stores anymore. That's a Santa Claus. I'm going to put him back. Put these up there. Some of this stuff as I sort it out, I'm going to put back. Now that little girl, she's probably famous, but I don't know. And here's, looks like a wagon carrying a little boy and two big dogs and a man. This is obviously from another country. I'm going to put the photos up here. And here's a man and woman. I think I got those out of the Looking Back magazine. Oh, the flamingos again. The ladybugs are kind of like, but all of these new ideas for old things, I don't know. All of these portraits kind of speak to me, but I don't know what they're saying yet. They're talking to me. They're talking to me, but I don't know what story they want to tell me. So I'm going to have to, I've got gathering room. I do like that this has to have something to do with the story. I think I sent this to Janet Baum. I had read it someplace online about friendship, women's friendship and everything. After her husband passed away, I was telling her how many friends she had that cared about her. And there are still a lot of people that love and care about Janet. And the quote goes, "Any woman alone without friends to sustain her, to nurture and to support, to hold with loving arms like a single thread is weak. But the weaving, the loving, the nurturing of others, the networks of friendship makes her strong." And this was quoted from Barbara, The Kinship of Women. So I kind of like that quote for these pictures in here. Now that's a good picture, but it's not a woman. And that's a Santa Claus. And that's, well, that looks like Mary Jane from Mary Jones magazine, which I probably got these from, I'm thinking. But I'm loving how these pictures are turning out here. This one is an interesting picture because there's a woman there, and then there's, looks like a bird, a duck. This looks like she's sitting on, the painting is sitting on a shelf. And what's this? That's just I wanted it kept out. So there's a lot of pictures here. Now, if I do a 2-page spread, I could almost do the 2-page spread. Here's another. This is, I got a lot of, look how big these are. So I'm going to have to pick and choose. That's a door. These are pictures on a wall. Let me put this up here. See if I can't fit these on somehow. Put this one down in here. That's the Sailor Man. And that's a clock. And that's a man. That's a tiny woman. Those are pictures, and that's a vase that goes back in. So I think I can get them on there, but telling the story, oops, there's 2 of them. I'm going to have to reposition these. I could tell the story on another page. This could almost become a gallery wall of ladies in a family. I'm thinking of, I want to put it together in a story. And you know what, my cameras, let me tip it. Becky says hello to everyone in the balcony. Hi, Jacqueline. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I couldn't sleep, so I said I might as well get up. I don't know how long, it's 4:15. I don't know how long I'll be streaming. This has to come in here somehow, this saying. And I'm thinking I could put a thread to go with this quote. A single thread is weak, but the weaving, the loving, and the nurturing of others, the networks of friendship make her strong. So several threads together, you know, just like a network. So I could either with real string or drawing lines make a network between the pictures here. That's what I'm thinking. Now, I'm just going to put all these in a, that's my thought right now. I'll have to dwell on it a little bit more. Because the homework assignment, I don't know if I can find it without my index. Let's go to my index. I want to talk about the homework assignment. My index is like 6 something. 6. My index. It's over here. Where is my index? Here it is. Let's see if I can find my homework assignment. This is the magazine art, playground art journal project that Dee Dee was doing in 2017. And I painted all the pages. I glued the magazine. I remember gluing these magazines together. Jeez. Let's see. Let me find the homework assignment. Coney Island Images, page 237. I want to show Gina Becky, the portrait I did of Gina Ahrens, because I was hanging out with Gina, and where was that? Let me find it. It's here. It's back toward the back. Hold on. 773. Here. I don't know if you're watching, Becky, but look up. Look up. This is the page I did of Gina Ahrens at the time. I think I caught her eyes more than anything. Maybe her nose a little. It's just a quick... Whoops, let me pull it down a little. I moved my camera. There we go. Becky says, I'm listening while I cook Scott's breakfast. Oh, she saw it. And then I did one in the front. Now this is what, page 289. I have to remember that for the index. I did one of Dee Dee Willingham because I dedicated this journal to her. Now this is, I didn't know what Dee looked like. I kind of had an idea. But this is how I saw her in 2017. She's much younger, I think, here, but maybe this was a young girl, Dee Dee. I don't know. But I dedicated it, and I got, better get crack-a-lackin'. Dee Dee would always say, get crack-a-lackin'. And that homework assignment was on page, what, 222? 23 up around in here. Hold it. 188 here. So what I want to do with these pictures is do the who, what, when, where, why, and how. But you're only supposed to have like, well, 1, 2, how many images do I have? I have 8 images. I have 8 images, and on my pages, and I forgot what, 289? They're over here. 179, 237, 276, 298. Yeah, 289 and 290. I've got to write this down. I've got more than 8 photos, but I like the idea of stringing these all together on a network and maybe telling the who, what, when, where, and how. And this is a different way of mind mapping. Dee Dee had shared this, I'm sure. I got it from someplace. I think Dee Dee shared this. I don't know if she shared this part, but the who, what, when, where, why, and how, and you make them in columns. And then you pick like 8 images. And of course, I picked all the portraits because I didn't want to pick dishes. And then you tell a story. Like I picked the yellow quilt. Well, and I really don't like my, I like my collage as a collage, but as a story, you have to interpret it or have somebody interpret it to know what this really is all about. Because even I could identify the crows, and now that I know that's a teapot, and I could identify the quilt, and I identified the Coney Island lady, but this other stuff got kind of pushed into the background with my art. So I kind of wish I wouldn't have splattered paint on it so much, but I did. I was having fun. But this was my story, and then I kind of towed it down here as much as I could. She was sending a postcard to her folks at home about her weekend and visiting friends in Coney Island. That's the short story, the short paraphrase. So when I do this one on page 289, I'm going to use that quote about the single thread, and I think I'm going to use a real thread, like a red thread, and then weave it through just single threads, maybe make some with 2, I'm not sure. And I could kind of even sew the pictures onto the threads. I'd have to think. I'd probably have to mount them on a stronger paper. So I want to do the same type of thing, the same type of mind map. Maybe not on these pages. Do my mind map here and tell my story over here. Do the picture over here. Do the mind map here. So these are all ones that I picked out, but I think I'm going to put them back. They tell stories. Those photos tell stories. I do like them, but it's not where I'm going right now. And then these are ones that don't relate. They're well, that's a portrait. I don't know why I didn't put that one there, but like the seaman and the clock, and the photos are nice, but I'm going to put these back in. The flamingos go back home. And these were just images. I think I cut up a collectible glassware book. I think that's why. Now, I think I came on at 2:30 in the morning. I don't know if I will. I don't know if I'll last till 9 o'clock. So I'm going to save this out. I'm going to have to dwell on this a lot. So, who knows? Who knows? I had fun looking at this. I had fun looking through this. This was my magazine art playground that I did with Dee Dee. And when I did this, when I first did it, I had to redo the spine because I'd never done it before and it was all wonky. But I got it. I got it. Look at that. And this is Walt Whitman on the back. And this was a stencil. I did this technique. Gosh, I don't even know if Shannon remembers this technique. This is a cool technique. I'll have to demonstrate that again. It's kind of a, yeah. I don't want to talk about it now. I'll talk about it when I demonstrate it again. But I learned it from Shannon Green. So it's a big old heavy magazines. I think there are 5 magazines in here. Capper's Farmers and Capper's Weekly, I think. I don't even know if they're published. And then I was looking at this, was stuck in it. This was from 2021. I had told a Phibbsville mystery story. And it was a murder story. And when I was asked, we did this, I needed a title for it. And you guys gave me In the stream, you gave me titles. But here was another deal where I was telling a story. I put note for the next chapter. But I got a suspect list. You guys probably remember this. We did this online. This was the plot. There was a guy that was murdered. And, oh my goodness. Let's see, he was murdered. I think they were trying to blame Bandit, and Mina says, I'll hire the best lawyer in town, or the best lawyer in the country. Yeah, I think Bandit was around. Bandit found the billfold, so he knew where the guy was, so he became Bandit is our little kitty in Vibdivigi. And we made up a suspect list of who murdered this. Was he a doctor? I don't even remember. But this was a mystery story well, it was Phibbsville at the time. It's Vibdiggity now. The other suspect was someone who didn't want, Dr. Joshua to go, this was 2021. And didn't want him to go around doing vaccines. Or it could have been accidental. It could have been a lady in a paternity suit wanted his insurance. It could have been the lady's father. Could have been his fiance. Found out about the paternity suit. Could have been Johnny. Johnny was the motorcycle guy. Half-step brother, something, suicide. Could have been a suicide, something about Bigfoot. Inside victim's billfold, he found a picture of Destiny. Destiny and Johnny, I think they finally got married. I'd have to review my own stories. But Johnny became a suspect because Bandit found the billfold of the murder victim, Dr. Joshua, I think we named him. And inside the billfold was a picture of Destiny. And Johnny got jealous and thought something was going on. So, this is just me plotting this all out. Plot number 1. I found something. He is murdered. He is accused of murder. Lady in a paternity suit. I kind of reviewed that. A drowning victim. He was found at a campsite cliff. He could have fell. He could have been a drowning victim. He was stabbed with a needle. These are all things that were suggested, I think, in the stream, and I jotted them down as fast as I could. Because I think I clarified this list over here because it's some of the same things. Who finds him and how? Bandit the kitty found him. And leads Officer Orville to him. Did he travel with his fiancée or did she follow him there? How did she know where he was? So this is a lot of notes from that mystery story. So this is kind of a story put together on the fly, I think. Income, $100,000. Comfortable salary and investments. Personal style, he was frumpy and classical. So I was defining characteristics of him. He was a man, age 35 in 1986. I was, at that time, in 2021, I was trying to figure out the age. Where? Chicago. He was not adopted. He was born at home. His name is Joshua Charles Young. And I think I think he went to Brigham University. I think Anna. We got his body type, his personality, his education. I think I went to that mind map. He was single and engaged at age 36, I guess. He liked to travel. Here, he had a home or an apartment. Oh, he had an apartment for sale because he moved to the mountains. He taught, I think, or either went to school or taught at Brigham Young University. And Laura was in that chat. She suggested that. He bought a cabin. He went off grid. He had neighbors. It was an older couple. Gosh, I got a lot of notes here. I got age 35 there. And this was just scratch paper because I didn't want to. His favorite foods. He liked home-cooked meals. His book was I, Robot by Isaac Asimov, or whatever you pronounce his last name. His favorite movie was Dancing with the Wolves. The city was Salt Lake City. He went off-grid through social media. His income was greater than $100,000. He was a doctor. He was frumpy and casual. So that's kind of this was a murder mystery, Fib-diggity murder mystery story. I had it in this magazine art journal. Oh dear. Well, Angie's going back to bed. Becky's cooking Scott's dinner. Gosh, I got 15 of you in here. I want to show you where I am with my stitching. I don't know where to put this big art journal. It's that big old heavy thing. I'll put it in here and hope it stays. What's down there? Becky, if you're listening out there, I have to thank you so much for that gripper. I cleaned out, that's why I found that art journal. I was cleaning out behind my desk here. And I found this had fallen down there. I found some other things. I found several things, but I was really glad I found this because I missed it. And I just pulled out the scraps and kind of cleaned out. But I don't know what happened to Derwin. He went in the cave someplace around here. I haven't. He's gone missing, Becky. I looked behind the cliff and he's not behind the cliff. I have a feeling he's hiding among the ink pens down below, over this way. So I'm going to have to find Derwin. I want to show you my stitching progress because yesterday was Monday with K3N. And I'm going to bring my tray up here. Oh. And this is the tray I keep out by my recliner. Let me straighten my camera up a little. It's crooked. I had turned it. Let's see. Do I turn it this way? Is that right? Yeah. And I might zoom in because I want to show you my stitching. And if you're out there watching, if you watch the replay, you guys, I do not expect you to watch 4 or 5 hours of a replay. If you're, well, I don't know if I want to say that at the beginning of my streams or not. But just for you, if you happen to hear this, I don't expect anybody watching a replay to watch 4 or 5 hours of a replay. That would bore me. I was going to clean my fine art glitter glue. I put it on my tray and I never got that done. But this is my stitching. These are the pages I've done. And I'm getting ready to last Wednesday was the Dresden plate. And I cut these out. I made the pattern in the stream. And I'm going to have to press this. It's got a crease in the fabric there. And I'm using a wool felt. I don't know if it's wool. It's a thin wool. It's a thin piece, which makes me think it's wool felt. It was made in South Carolina. The label said it's here someplace. The label said it was made in South Carolina. Right here. It says charcoal carbon. It's the color. Manufacturing date was 6/14. You got a lot number, but it said new image group, something Buffalo, Union, South Carolina. And I don't know if this is a wool felt. It doesn't feel like the other felt pieces, which makes me think that it's a wool piece. Whatever it is, it makes a nice backing for this. But I need to press this out. And I want to press this, and then I'm going to slow stitch on here. But there's my progress on the Dresden plate. And then yesterday, I'm just going to show this. I'm not going to stitch. Yesterday was Monday, and she introduced a new page, and she talked all about the census. Like, we are so used to sight, matching things by color, and that. You know, whether you like the, she talked about the cool colors and the hot colors and that, but she said what this stream is all about, or what this page is all about, is feel. And she encouraged you to go find pieces of fabric, like here's a kind of like an eyelet here. I think I got this from Pearl, and it's obviously machine done. This is not hand done, but it's an eyelet fabric, and this has a nice texture to it. And of course this is a piece of crochet, and this is a piece of crochet. I picked these because they have the texture. She encourages you to close your eyes and feel the textures. She's talking all about touch and feel on this page. This page has some stitching on it, obviously machine done, but it looked like it was either a dresser scarf or a tablecloth. I probably got this from Pearl too. Or it could have come out of Erin's piece. I don't know where I got it. But as you run your fingers around this, you feel the texture of the design. And then this is just some linen that I had in my needlework stash. This is a nice linen. This is some very sheer fabric, but it does have kind of like a thin thread going through that. It feels like it's a sheer curtain piece. And here's another curtain it's sheer, but it's not as sheer as this one. So I'm sitting here, here's the piece of gray that I pulled off for this. And I just used this to wrap everything up in. And then this is just a piece of cotton. Well, actually it was what I had left over from my Dresden plate. So I'm going to start putting, I have to watch the rest of her video from yesterday. But this will constitute my next page, my weekly page here. And this is just background. I thought, yeah, here, this piece. Here's some more I saved off. I might incorporate some of these in. This is a thin, I think she would call this polyester fabric. But it's got a certain feel to it. It's thin, but it's not like cotton. I can see my hand through it. I do not think it's silk. I think it's polyester. She said polyester, if you crunch it up and if it keeps the crunch, and it does keep the crunch, it's probably polyester. A silk would not keep the crunch and the wrinkles. This keeps the wrinkles pretty good. I mean, it's a big piece. See, it's pretty wrinkly. So I would call that polyester. This came off of, I saved this off because it came off of a tablecloth and it's got a certain weave to it. So I'll probably cut a snip off of that. I'm going to put it over there. This looks like it was a part of a hanky. This looks like something I did on it, but I don't know if I did that or not. Looks like somebody marked on it, but it looks like I marked and missed my mark. And this is a damask piece, so I put that over there. This is a bed sheet, but it's really a high count. So high count that it feels soft and soft. I could close my eyes and know that I'm looking at this blue sheet. Just the feel of it. Does not feel like cotton sheets in my world. This is a sample of curtain material. I'll probably say that. This is just cotton piece. This is from that curtain again. I think I'll put it over here. That's another piece of cotton. I only have a 4x7 piece, so I'll have to pick and choose. This is a real thin. I think I got this from Pearl's Indian friend, Daksha, I think. And this is definitely not silk, but it's nice and sheer, and it reminds me of an Indian piece. So I could cut a little piece off. I'll probably keep that out because it's a different feel. And then this is a piece of coffee dyed, or I want to say coffee dyed, from Pearl. She did some grunge. She calls it grunge fabric. So I'll probably take a snip. I don't have any of my walnut dyed fabric in here. And then this is just placemat, which has another, it's cotton, but it has it's a heavy cotton. So I don't know if I'm going to save this out or not. I'll probably put these back in here. I don't think I have any silk, real silk. I could go through those neckties and probably find a little piece. I did not get out my scraps either. But this is certainly enough for a page. And you guys have seen, this is my most recent signatures that I'm working on here. Kind of. So I'm not going to go through them all because I've done that before. And is there anything else I want to show you on here? I don't think so. This is kind of my working tray out at the... And I keep my painter's tape on here because I got another row there. And I found this little book. I usually keep this in my purse. I don't know why it was out. I did a pen and ink sketch here. But these are things that I sketch. I'm going to put this back in my book. This is dated 2019. You can see I haven't done very much because I lost it. I put this back in my purse. I think it got out because I changed purses and the purse is too small. All right, let me put this away. I was going to play with my wax seals, but I don't think I'm going to because I just don't think I'm going to. I did find Mina's owl. I call it Mina's owl. I bought this wax seal for me to do some seals for Mina, but I'm not feeling it this morning. What I'm feeling is doing some Inktober. And if you guys have to go on with your day, I understand, but I want to catch up. The last page I did in here was October 17th, and today is the 22nd, so I've got pages to catch up on. And I might do simple ones. I had an ink pen out. Probably dropped it. Here it is. I might do simple ones. I got my buckle list over here. And I found, while I was cleaning around here, I found some Post-it notes. I'm wanting those. So I'm going to have to find, I think I'll put them in this. Boy, I filled this up awful fast, didn't I? Let's put my Post-it notes in here. And let's put that in there. I haven't found Derwin, though. I think he fell down with all my ink pens. I'm going to have to look on this shelf over here. I'm kind of, is that him? It is. He was hiding in a cliff. Derwin, you come out. You'll be good. You're a dragon, but that doesn't mean that you can go hide in caves. He says, who, me? Yes, you. We'll put you up here. He kind of slithered off of my, he's not a lizard, he's a dragon. But he likes to curl up in spots on my desk. Like I have a roll of masking tape, and he likes to roll up in there. You roll up and take a Angie nap. Okay. He says, leave me alone. I want an Angie nap. See you, Angie, the influence you have on things. At least if he's napping in there, he won't fall off of the table. Yeah, the urban sketchbook. I need to do more urban sketching. I'll tell you. There's just so much I need to do. All right, we're going to draw some buckles. And I have my link out here. And I'm going to make them simple because I want to catch up. I think it was 2017. Yeah, day 17. Not 2017. See, I'm getting tired, you guys. I don't know if I'm going to make it till 9 o'clock. I'll tell you that. All right, let's see what I can do here. I just want simple buckles. Some that I haven't drawn before. That's not very clear. And you've seen these, a lot of these before. I like this one. And it's not that simple. But what I like about it is, look, it's a square, and then there's 4 little squares around it with X's in it. And I like the rusty color in there, and the black and the grays. I might do some watercolor in here. Just to add the, I'd love to put some rust in my walnut ink, but I'm not going to. The only way I can get that rusty color, it's kind of a sepia reddish brown color. I could experiment with those glass ink pens, but I don't want to pull them out. So I think I'm going to download this and do this. Just do a sketchy sketch of it. So let's download it. Save image. Open it up in my library. Just once. And I don't need all that white space, so I edit it. And I close it up. And that looks pretty good. I'm not going to change the coloring or anything. Let's increase the resolution. And then I'm going to turn it sideways. And where's my... I use this eraser as a... I need to find my... I bought a phone holder thing. I need to find it. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick sketch of this. I like how they do that rectangle with the 4 little squares around it. But the last time I did a long piece like this, I always move it so far to the left. So I'm going to try to avoid that. I'm going to start it way over here. And about like that. That might be a little too tall, but... And we'll bring it over this way. And I'm drawing with a Sharpie pen, fine point Sharpie. which I may have to change my pins because I tend to use these up pretty good. Now you're not seeing the photo, you're just seeing my drawing. Let's see if I can move it down a little. There. More like that. Which is more comfortable for me anyway. And it's got kind of a on the corners, the soldered corners, I want to say. I'm thinking this is soldering in here, holding the glass pieces together. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm just going to kind of round it off, kind of frame it off here. And we'll bring it down this way. And it has 4 white circles. Well, that one's black. It looks like the inset got lost. So let's see. I guess I can bring this down just a little more. Something like that. And then I'm just going to, this is the soldering around the edges here. And of course I'd have to really study that corner to get it. Look, there's a little piece holding the frame. It looks like together down in here is a little circle. Kind of lost in there. Is there one up at the top? Yes, there is. Kind of like a little brad or something in there. And look at the shapes here and the coloring of those blues in there. 1, 2, 3. Now, I'm going to have to divide this out because there's the center rectangle, then there's a square around that, a rectangle around it, and then there's a rectangle around that. So it's 3. So if I come in here, and I'm just going to make it wiggly because I'm not going to sit here and make sure I got every little wiggle the way it is on that photo. But as you can see, because I'm allowing for 3 rows here, my center square is going to be quite small. I can't take my tablet and go pinch my tablet and make it big and then make it small. I so much want to do that because I'm so used to doing it on my phone. I want to expand my paper. And then even this outer rectangle between each one of these little loops in here, let's see if I can expand it. It's got another little division between each one of those to where I have 2. It's really pretty. And then here it makes 4 little windows. These are very pretty. So I guess I kind of have where my center is going, which is this piece in here. And I'm kind of trying to keep it the same space there as here, but I'm not sure I'm doing that great of a job. And the same here as over here. So that's about, well, let's measure. To there. So, and let me put a frame in here. By frame, I mean this little silver edging, or pewter, or soldered. I'm sure this is soldered. Well, I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure. It's got these little brads in the corner. And it's got another one up in here. They're kind of hidden in there. And let's see. Well, I kind of got it. It's up to here. But I have to do all this beautiful work and it's going to get smaller. So that's the disadvantage in working in a small journal. But so be it. And then this is divided up into a large square and then two side rectangles that have two. So if this is kind of divided into fourths. Like if I did a half of this, that would be a half. And that would be a half. And so that would be 1, 2, 3, and 4, but 2 and 3 become a square, if you know what I mean. So let's see if I kind of measure out here from this mark to this mark and kind of put a little mark, and from this mark to this mark, then I'm going to have sort of a square. I might move these over just a little, just to, and then they're divided in half like this. So let's just kind of divide them out here. And then they have that silvery soldering. I'm sure it's probably soldered. It just looks soldered. It looks like glass in there. Somebody probably spent a long time making that belt. And then there's got these X shapes inside here. It's fun to study these things. And even though my sketch is not true to life, if you want a true to life one, go take a photograph. That's my attitude. Let me work on my art. You go take a photograph. Make you happy. I'm talking to my critic inside my head. Not you. Not you out in YouTube land. Okay, an X in here. I did watch Becky's video from yesterday morning where she was stitching on that bear. She was sorting out all of her threads. My threads are, I do wind some of them, and especially we do call them Ort ports. Becky was mentioning the term Ort port because we used to call them Ort ports in the needlework world. Used to be a big thing. Sometimes it still is, depending on who's stitching. But I think it kind of got out of use. Let's see, I'm going to do a center. I'm going to do this center square in here. I'm just going to eyeball it in here. Sort of like this. And it's got a frame around it. So we'll put a frame around it. But what I do with my loose threads now, well, I do two things. If it's a big, if I have a big, long, several yards piece of thread that is no longer on a row or in a skein, I might roll it onto a little card like Becky is doing, only I'll cut mine out of cardboard or something like that. In fact, I think I have a couple of them out there. Or if I just have like a 18-inch piece or a 12-inch piece, like I embroidery floss, like I'll cut my floss. I'm kind of like Becky mentioned it too, and I think K3N does too. We kind of lend towards stitching with longer pieces. I get into trouble doing that. But K3N says that we're lazy stitchers when we do that because we don't like to stop and thread our needles. And I'm going, no, we're smart because we don't have to stop and thread our needles all the time. But you have to kind of be careful when you stitch with a long thread because it can tangle pretty easy. But K3N mentioned Ort ports, and Ort port, the term Ort port for me, in all the stitching groups that I've been in since the late 80s, what we would do with those little 2 or 3 inch end pieces, we would save them, and we'd do different things with them. Some people just kept them in a little basket. Some people would put them in a tin. Some people would put them in clear glass Christmas ornaments. Some people would put them in those little glass, medicine bottle things, with the cork on top. I don't know what the little vials with the cork on top. And you can do a lot of things with, with little threads. And I'm kind of surprised. Maybe it's coming up. She's only got a couple months left, two and a half months left. I'm kind of surprised that K3N has not done a quilting piece where it's tied with yarn ties, because that's very much a country. That's very country, where you just have, well, I've seen it done different ways, but the little squares, just little squares, and then tied with little ties. And those little stray threads would work, less than 6 inches. It's so easy to want to throw those away. But if you save them, you could use them as little ties for a stitch piece. And maybe that's coming. Maybe that doesn't appeal to her. It could be too country-ish or something. I don't know. But I'm kind of surprised she hasn't done something like that yet. All right. And I think I'm going to make this much bigger than what it is on here, because this is a pretty small. This could have been taller, but I've already drawn it. So I'm just going to make this taller. In here, it's not quite that tall. It's a little more short and squatty. But it's got a corner piece going on in here. Kind of a triangular piece. And a piece coming out this way. And now I'm in here with a round piece again. Like this. But Becky was sorting out all her threads yesterday. Like that. Triangular piece in there. One coming this way. Oh, this is a circular piece again. Well, it's kind of odd now, but... And a piece going this way. And I told you the story of my St. Louis, the stitching weekend that I went down to the Ozarks with the St. Louis Stitchers, and they had I think it was the end of their retreat. It was a stitching retreat is what it was. And they took all these skeins of embroidery floss and pearl floss and everything, and put them in a big old sheet. And they did something with it. I don't know what they did with it. I can't remember the object of what they were doing. But at the end, they were going to throw all those threads in that big bed sheet. It was huge. Well, it was probably twin size, but you think of a twin size bed sheet filled with skeins of floss and pearls, DMC pearls, and well, probably JP coats and other cheaper threads in there too. But I'm just definitely some DMCs in there. And some of them were still in the skein. Some of them were ripped apart. Opened up and, all tangled. Becky would run. But they were going to throw it away. And boy, did I latch onto those threads. Even then, before I was even doing mixed media art or slow stitching or anything like that, I'm going, how could you throw all that thread away? And I latched on to a lot of it. I don't know if I got it all or not, but I latched on to a lot of it. Okay, now I got the X's here. Those are what these are. So I got the center pretty well. So now I need to do this second ring around it, and then the third ring, this is the second ring here, and the third ring is this. So I'm going to draw these circles, these kind of circular things here in the corner, but I have to make them fit to where, so this would probably be a little bit smaller circle, more like that, because I got to get a row around there. And I probably have mine much longer, because they only have 1, 2, 3, well, they've got 5, so maybe one, well, let's see, let's put the circle on over here. So, yeah, maybe I can get 5 in there. It might be pretty close. And I'm doing a circle thing here. And then this is divided into one row here, one row there, and then the centerpiece. So I think I'm making sense. To my head I am, with this buckle. And then Becky was, I'm telling you what Becky did in her stream yesterday morning. She was stitching on her bear. She's doing a bear project, a slow stitch bear. And she was showing that. All right, I won't, this seems a little out of proportion, but we're gonna roll with it. So, but it was evening before I had a chance to watch Becky. I didn't get to watch Dee Dee at all. I never do on Mondays, though. I watched K3N put together her dressed in plate. All right, I've got how many down this way? 2, 1 and 2. But there's a space, there's a window in between them. So there's kind of a piece like that, and a piece, let's see what I have down here. Well, there's a deal there, and then maybe that's a little smaller. And this is a little smaller. And then there's this window, 4 corners in here. And then there's 2 corners in here. So there's that side. And then these are the blue. I like that blue. And over here, I've got 2, 2, 4, 2, and 2, and 2. So I've got 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I have to space it out in between them. So this is the center one, and it's off center because this is the center square. So that center one should be right in here because this is my center square, and this is the center shape, and it's got 2 on this side and 2 on that side. So I'm going to put it off center over in here. Just draw a little piece around it. And then there's 2 more with shapes in between. So like that. And like that. And then this one is a little smaller. For wanting to do something simple, I've gotten pretty complicated. And then there's a window in here. There's 2 over here. There's a little a little square in there. And then there's one here, shape, oval type shape. I don't know what kind of a shape. It looks like a oval that's been flattened on one side. And, well, I'll have plenty of room for these. No, there's a window in there. So let's not assume I'll have room. Let's put this one here. And then there's this kind of a window. Like there's a window here, a window there, a window over here. So the windows are very definite shapes in this design. The 4 pieces there. And then there's a piece there, and a piece over here, and then the window, a piece in here, and there, and there. So there's that side. Now, on here, it mirrors this. But I didn't do this circle down here. I'm down in here. See, I did this circle. And so I have to do, let's do that bar going down. Let's squeeze it down a little here. This bar going down this way, so that I know where to put my other circle. And I'll have plenty of room in here for, on this side. I could probably make this a little thicker. No? Yes. Okay. So I'm coming down, down, down. Over here, I'm going to go from here. Let's see. If I make them the same height, I don't know if I can without making them weird. Right here. Oh, that's about right. Right in there. And it'll come clear over this way to the circle over here in the corner. I like to verbalize when I study these. This is really a study. I'm studying this. I'm studying the different shapes, like how many rows, and there's white, but that one's dark. These are pretty, when you expand this, you see the pretty gray blues in there, but that one gets a little dark. It's a fun study just from a piece of a scan of, this is public domain out at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I scanned for the word buckles. And it's fun to study, to go out there and study these things. Now this has 1, 2, 3, 4. This one up here had 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So they did not put the same, they put the same 2 on this, 2 here, and 2 on the other side, opposite. Here they have 5, but they only have 4 down here. So whoever designed this buckle did not make these 2 sides match, as far as counting the number of flattened ovals shapes. So I am going to do what they did and only put in 4, but I've got an awfully long piece. So let's just go for it. Well, let's see. I want to put in a shape. I think I'll do it on the inside. like this. Something like that. And I'm coming down here with this one. So the window is here. Now their windows match up. But what didn't match up, because they have 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth one here does not fall in with the center. The window falls in with the center. And mine almost falls in with the center, just a little bit to the left. But when I do this one down here, this is the window down in here. It matches up, so I'm going to make my window 1, 2, 3, 4. I call it a window down in here. The same in the same row as this centerpiece. So I'm just going to come down this way and do a window. And I'm going to make it fairly large because long, because I only need 4 pieces for flattened shapes there. They do have 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up at the top, but only 1, 2, 3, 4 down at the bottom. It's interesting. They forgot one. Okay, so there's a shape in here, and I'm going to make it fairly large in here. I'm doing this one, and then there's a little square space in between this one and this one here. So this one in here goes in here. I could kind of mess that up, but, and then there's a piece in there. And then on the other side, it's the same thing. A fairly large one over here. And I don't know if anybody's listening to me. I'm just yakety yak yak yak. Yakety yak yak yak. Yakety yak yak yak. Because that's what you do when you stream. You yakety yak yak yak. I'm laughing at myself. If you were in here earlier, you would know why it's so funny to me. I'm not going to repeat my story. Mary, I'm listening to you, Angie. Angie, you're supposed to be sleeping. Are you cooking breakfast? Did you cook your breakfast? Hi, Messy Palette. Welcome in. She says, hello. Eek, my brain will explode with all the non-symmetry. It is. It looks symmetrical, doesn't it? But when you actually study it, well, these two sides match fairly, but these two sides are off. Eek, eek, Messy says. Jen says she's listening. Hi, Belinda. Belinda said, I'm yakety yakking. Catherine calls it wittering. Wittering. Brenda says, Becky, I got days mixed up off and on since surgery. I'll gain or lose days. Becky says, Scott just left for work. He thought today was Wednesday. Well, you know, you guys, when I announce streams, I'm always getting Paint Girly on Thursday. Or no, on Tuesday, and she comes on Thursday. See, I'm mixed up again. And she comes on Sunday mornings. When else does... I think she does some impromptus during the week. I don't always catch those. I may only get this one belt buckle done. It's 5:20 here already. I've been going since 2:30 my time. So, well, let's just call this 5:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30. I've been going for 3 hours. But I got caught up in that magazine art journal. That's all I've done. Well, I went through all those fussy cut images, picking out all the those portrait ladies, that story is gelling in my head now. See that if you like to tell stories and make up stories, there's nothing more fun than grabbing magazine images and telling a story around them. This is kind of, it's a homework assignment from 2017 from Dee Dee Willingham. I completed the assignment in 2017, but I enjoyed it so much I'm going to do it again. Brenda says it's 5:20 where she is at, so you must be on Central Time, Brenda. Angie said she cooked eggs and bacon and biscuits. Wow, you guys are making me hungry. Becky was up making Scott's dinner or breakfast. Let's see what else is going on. Becky said he thought today was Wednesday. That's where I left off. Brenda says my grandmother had dog-eared jars. Some had tiny bits of fabric, mostly from snipping off corners of stitched corners before the turned items. The other jar had little bits of thread. They were pretty. Oh, we were talking about ortports. Yeah. Yeah, they are pretty, you know, and you can throw things like buttons or beads or anything in there. You can even put a little, well, a jar you can put a little figurine in. In fact, I don't think I have it here. Maybe I do. On my corner. Yeah, I do. Here, let me show you guys this. This is not an ortport, but it's, let me pull it out. Hold on, I have to pull some other stuff off. When you buy those Tim Holtz collage papers, this is a Tim Holtz collage tube, and I left the labels on this side, but in here, let me stand up, hold it, I've got fringe in my lap. Here's a little doodle doll. I was making these little doodle dolls. Becky, I still have your doodle doll. Little doodle doll. She's got a little ribbon rose on top of her head. I didn't like her face, so I kept it for myself. A little doodle doll. They called them Dorothy dolls. I think the lady who started this, her name was Dorothy. And I call them doodle dolls because you take stray... See, I took her scarf and made pigtails out of her scarf. Put a little skirt on the back of her with a little trim. Now, that was not what I was going to show you, but I had to move it to get to the... We were talking about ortports. Let me put this stuff back up here because it's in my lap and I'll be on the floor in a minute. I want to make tassels and dolls out of this. I'll wait until I get to... In a week or so, we've got to... My brother has a doctor appointment, and I want to go to Hobby Lobby and maybe get some larger wooden beads that I want to make for doll heads for this fringe that I had in my lap. But let me stand up and show you this. I did this a couple years ago, a year or two ago. But can you see the figurine in there? Well, here. You can't see her face too much. There she is, looking out at you, the lady. And then I put some little pieces in there, some thread, some ribbons, and you can't see it much, but I think there's a rose or something back in there, a flower, some old jewelry. But I left the Tim Holtz label on there because I wanted that on there, but there's some broken jewelry in there. In good lighting, you can see her pretty well. You have to hold it right. But she's staring out, and I hang her on that. I've got one of those 3M hangers, and I've got it taped to my cart that... Hi, Pam! So, I've got some more of these plastic tubes that I'm saving. I want to make some more of these. And you can shake it up. But they do this type of things with ortports. Looks like there's an umbrella or something behind her. I forget what's behind her. What's behind her? It's a dark piece. Where's her face again? She's hiding her face from me. There's her face. Wait. Right there. Is there I think there's an umbrella behind her. I'm not sure what that dark piece is. And I don't want to, well, I could open it. No, I think I glued it. No, I did open it up. I can open it up. We'll pull it out. Oh, maybe I glued it down. Maybe I can look here. I can't see very well what's... Is there somebody peeking out from behind her shoulder? I can't tell. There's something behind her there. I did not fussy cut it out. But this is one of those plastic tubes that Tim Holtz sold his. And I don't know if he sells them in tubes anymore. I think he sells his collage paper in flat now. I don't know if he puts them on rolls. I don't know. Hobby Lobby stopped selling Tim Holtz stuff. Now I got her. I tried to keep her on the non-label side here. But she hangs up here on that hook on my paint stand over here that rotates. And then I just finished my little doll in my this fringe that I'm going to make more dolls out of. What else is going on? Brenda, oh, I left off with Brenda. She said it's nice out this morning, 42 degrees. She took the pups out and they didn't want to come back in. Now they're both in the recliner with me. Let me pin Jacqueline's store. Let me pin Jacqueline. Whoops. Pin message. Let me pin Jacqueline's Lovely Crafting Lodge, her store. You can go there and get all sorts of good stuff. Jen says, I told you Derwin was hiding somewhere. He was. He jumped off my table. I've got a little, here's my table. Pretend that's a table. And then my desk, this desk. And I've got that little, that little square, little cardboard drawers that were my grandniece's birthday present with earrings. She was going to throw them out. I'm keeping the little knickknacks in there. And then I've got a cigar box over here on my desk. And on top of my cigar box is the notepad that I'm reading from you guys right now. And then this is the edge of my desk here. Well, I bought one of those real narrow carts. It's a wire cart, it's only about 5 inches wide. And I put jars in there that are holding my scissors and paint brushes and pens and pencils, but it's 3 shelves long, tall. So the top shelf just has the jars of ink pens and pencils. Then the bottom shelf has just stuff. I can't tell you what's on all of it down there. And then the second shelf, and then the bottom shelf has more stuff that I want close by, but I can't keep it out on my desk. Well, Derwin was sitting up here either on the cigar box or that little earring box shelf things that I put together. And he crawled off my desk onto the second shelf of that little cart. That's where he hid. I knew you just wanted to know that. Let's see. Becky says, Union is the town where that crazy woman drowned her 2 little boys by pushing her car into a lake. That's all that ever came to my mind when I hear Union, South Carolina. That was so sad. I remember that, Becky. That just happened a couple years ago, didn't it? I think so. That is so sad for a mother to do that. But there must be some good people in that town someplace. It's South Carolina. Jacqueline says, I love your replays. It's comforting while I'm up in the wee hours and you aren't live. I've been crocheting and watching the replays. I think she's talking to Becky. Karen says, here's a short video on Meri's journal. It's titled Spine Repair, Tag-Along Project, Magazine Idea Playground. Karen, I thought you went to bed. Yeah, I'll have to, I should make Karen K. I don't know if she's still in here. I'm going to make her a mod the next time she pops in, if she's not here now. She'll be a moderator so she can... I like to make you guys mods. Yeah, everybody used to be able to drop links when they wanted to share something, but YouTube took that away because of all the spamming that was going on. But I like to give you guys the ability to drop links when you want to share something like that. But I remember that spine, when I put together that magazine art journal, the first one was a disaster. The first spine was a disaster. I had to redo it. Thank you, Karen. I thought she went to bed. This is where Becky said she's cooking bacon, egg. Bacon and egg and toasted English muffins. I'm going back down to the bottom. Brenda says, I went to Hobby Lobby for a little fillable glue bottles. I looked around a bit, but the things I usually buy, or at least look at, are just gone. Yeah, Brenda. That's kind of like what's happening here. They're focusing on their store brand stuff, the things that they bring over from China, which I don't, I don't mind that. But if that's all they're offering, I might as well go to Dollar Tree, to tell you the truth. To me, they have almost cheapened their store by doing that. And I don't mean that in a really bad thing, but their quality products are gone. Their Strathmore journals are gone. They took away their Sizzix dies. There's some Tim Holtz left, but not very much. It's just like everything I loved at Hobby Lobby is disappearing. I like their jewelry. I'm not a beater or anything, but I do like to shop their jewelry. And their scrapbook paper, I just walk by it. Because those big tablets of those 12 by 12 pads of scrapbook paper are so high priced anymore that, I used to think $10 for one of those was much. It's almost doubled in price, if not more. I don't know what they're selling for now, a 12 by 12 pad of scrapbook paper. And it depends on whether it's front and back or just front. But, and then they mark everything. They say, well, it's all 40% off. Well, it's 40% off, but you jack up the price 50%. So I'm, and that's any kind of when they have those big sales, when they give 40% off. But I used to love Hobby Lobby, and it's not because of their, a lot of people don't like Hobby Lobby because of their faith and their religion. It's not that. It's that they have gotten rid of a lot. I can't find my glossy accents. I used to get my Prism watercolors there. They have just they've really gotten rid of a lot of the brand name stuff, and they're just selling store brand or cheaper brand. And like I said, I might as well go to Dollar Tree. Here I am venting on Hobby Lobby. And I'm not venting on them just because of their faith. I mean, they're well known for having a Christian faith, and a lot of the people won't shop there just because of their outspokenness of their faith. That isn't it for me. I just quit enjoying shopping there because they take away everything I love. I mean, and if I want that type of stuff, like I was telling the gals, I stopped in at Debbie's Three Hens and a Chick, Debbie Ham. She mods for Pearl. But she wasn't selling last night, but a couple of other ladies were. They didn't know me, and I didn't know them. But I walked away with this real cute little book. It's a small book. It's probably, And I would think it's probably about this wide, about this shape. It can't be more than 2.5, 3 inches, probably not even 3 inches tall, and probably, I don't know how wide, but it's just a little, and it's darling. I think it's done. She was thumbing through the pages, and I like the borders of the page. I like the illustrations on the page for being such a tiny book. I can't wait to get it. And I would just as soon spend my money. I think I paid $16 for it. And it was an offer up because I was bidding against people. So, but it was out of print. It was an old book. It wasn't a new book. It was, I think she said 1906, either 1906 or 1913. The copyright date is on it. And I would just as soon sit here and not spend $30, $40 going up to, I only go up to Hobby Lobby now when my brother has a VA appointment. I would just as soon stay home and save my gas money and spend it for the people online like Pearl who make a living by selling stuff. Brenda says, Becky, I heard yesterday that Susan Smith, who drowned her son, is coming up for parole sometime next month. It's been 30 years. Is that the one in South Carolina, Brenda? Hi, Lori. Yeah, Lori says it's probably because the prices across the board are so elevated, it's expensive to carry name brands. Well, still, Amazon carries them. Yeah, I suppose it has to do, with the retails and all of that, but I don't know their philosophy of why they're doing that, but I'm very disappointed. They got rid of coupons. I used to love to take my coupon and buy glossy accent. I would save my 40% coupon just to buy glossy accent because they never put glossy accent on sale. They would put Tim Holtz stuff on sale, but glossy accents never went on sale. So I'd say, and that, glossy accent is not that expensive, or wasn't when I shopped there. So, it's not the faith thing for me. I'm disappointed that I can't get the things that I enjoy there. So, I don't know. Other people must shop there or they couldn't stay in business. They sell a lot of, seasonal things. Like they got all their Christmas ornaments up. I do like their boxes. I will, my phone went off here. I'm chattering away. I'm yakety yakety yakking. Yakety yakety yak yak yak. Yakety yakety yak. Oh, you guys are going to have to listen back to find that story of my yakety yak. I told it earlier tonight. I'm not going to repeat it. If you want to know it, you got to hunt for it. Wait, I got a search going on here. I don't want to search. Add to your search. It's one thing I must have circled that or something. Oh, look. See, it found these things. Found that one on Tumblr. Found the one that, ooh, look at that one they found. Sold at auction. Wrought iron leaded colored glass tripod lamp. Google search. I want out of it. Up here? Up there? Yeah. I must have searched for this belt online with Google, just trying to size it up here. I don't even know what I was talking about. I was yakking away. She did drown her 2 sons, Angie says. Amazon is huge. Yeah, Amazon is huge. But they got competition too. They got that Temu or whatever it is. I never used to buy on Amazon. I'll bet you could go back and listen to some of my old streams and I would say, I don't shop Amazon. I buy my stuff retail. I'll go up and support my local stores. But it's changed. it's changed for me. If they don't carry the things that I want, I'm not going to buy from them just to buy. Uh, you know, as much as I want to support the store. So I don't know. Oh, I was saying I do like their boxes. I do like their boxes, but don't tell them. They'll probably take the sale off of those and hike the price up. But I don't go there that much anymore because we have to drive 60 or 70 miles just to get up there. And then there's the trip home again. So I only go with my brother when he has a VA appointment. Yes, go back and listen to Mary's morning story. She told us earlier. My yakety yak story? I laugh at it now, but it was really embarrassing. It was embarrassing. But you know what? The thing of it is when you're in the wrong, when you've done something off the cuff like that, and you know it, apologize. And I feel freer now because I did apologize. Now you guys are going to have to go back and listen to this story. And I'm sure that I was forgiven, but still, you still have this guilty conscience. You know, how could you have done something so stupid? That's what I'm saying to myself. And then you go, you know, Mary, people do stupid stuff all the time, and you didn't mean it. You weren't being mean. Well, let's put it this way. I was thinking about it. I've been thinking about it all day long because I really feel bad. And the thing of it is, I've been listening to I've been spoon-fed too many political ads on YouTube and, well, not YouTube, but YouTube and Facebook. Well, I don't hear much political on Facebook because I blocked a lot of that stuff out. But, you know, on the news, there's a lot of politics, especially here in Nebraska. There's a Senate race between a Republican and an independent. And even though I'm an independent, I do not support the independent candidate. I think he's wrong for our state. I think he might be right for another state, but for the people in this area, I don't think he's going to be a good representation of the people. A selection of people he might. We'll see what happens. I don't think my area votes for him. I can't remember if we vote for him or not. I can't remember. But I don't even want to get into it because I might put my foot in my mouth. But it's all we hear, those either the Republican senator is yakety yak yakking about the independent, or the independent is yakety yak yakking about the Republican. So it's not even Democrat versus Republican. It's Republican versus independent. And I get so tired of hearing it. I don't mind a little, but it's constant. And it must have got into my mind. And all I heard was yakety yak yak yak. Angie says, I only shop at Hobby Lobby when I go to Knoxville. I don't have any crafting stores here where I like. Well, Hobby Lobby is our main crafting store in this area. For me to want to go to a big box store, I'd have to go to Lincoln. They used to have a Joann's here, but it was in a mall, and some company bought out the mall. They completely gutted that mall, shopping mall, and they gutted all the businesses except for Best Buy were, I say kicked out, but their contracts ended. Let's put it that way. They either did not renew them or whatever. They had to go find another place for their store. And Joann's just closed down. But I was disappointed in Joann's coupons too. Although Becky convinced me to go shopping back at Joann's with the 70% off fabric. So I kind of miss that in Joann's. But if I want to go to Joann's or Barnes and Noble or any of those big stores, I have to go to Lincoln, and I've only gone to Lincoln twice. No, maybe 3 times since I've been in 7, 8, going on 8 years. I don't go up that way anymore because it's just, I don't know, too much. I just as soon save my money and shop on Amazon. I used to go to Hobby Lobby up in, now they're saying they're getting a Target store up there, so we'll see if that happens in that mall area that they're revamping. We'll see how that happens, but then other people say, well, Target's just like a mall, Walmart, so I don't know. And I'll let them fight it out. I'm just a little girl down here, well, an old lady down here in the boondocks. I do a lot of shopping online now, and that's when I first came down here, going on 8 years ago, I did not shop online at all. Brenda says, same Angie, I may take myself to see Nightmare Before Christmas in the theater today. That city has Hobby Lobby and Michael's and Joann's. If I go, I'll hit as many as I can. I don't hold out walking. Aw. Becky says their Target stores are awful. They had a Target up in Madison when I lived up in Madison. I would go in there, but not on a real consistent basis. It wasn't a dirty store. It wasn't an unkempt store. It just, I don't know. I guess it just didn't have anything I wanted. Every now and then I would go in there for something, and I'd always go through then what was then their dollar bins. You know, you have to think that's 7 or 8 years ago. Probably even longer than that, because I didn't shop at Target that much when I moved to the other side of Madison, from the east side to the west side. So I'd have to drive across town to go to Target and Barnes and Noble and that. Well, not Barnes and Noble. They had a Barnes and Noble and a Michael's store out on the west side. I kind of miss Madison. I miss having all those areas to go shopping. But you know, I don't know, the way prices are nowadays, I just as soon save my money and shop online. We go grocery shopping because we have to eat, but yeah, they're putting in a Target store. I don't know how it's going to do, because they have a super Walmart up there, and they have a great big Menards store. They have the Tractor Supply stores up there. They had an office supply store, but I think it closed. The office supply store could not stay in business. What else do they have? They have a Dick's Sporting Goods store. They have that, what is that store that sells all those tools? It's not Dick's. Is it Dick's? What is that store that sells all those tools? Whatever it is, they have that. They have a big dollar store up there. A lot of restaurants. I don't know how all those restaurants and fast food joints can stay in business. Glenda says, I only go to Target as a last resort. Not Home Depot. It's tools. They sell tools. They have a Home Depot up there too. And they have an Ashley furniture store. They have mattress outlet stores. They have a home goods store. This is where my brother goes for the VA. But you have to understand, Nebraska, on the east side of Nebraska is Lincoln and Omaha. And you know, those are the big towns in Nebraska, the big cities in Nebraska. They're both college towns, and Omaha is a big business center. And that's where all the big stores are generally. But the people out in central Nebraska, you know, 150 miles west, do not drive to Lincoln to do all that. Well, some of them do. But so that's why stores like Hobby Lobby and, well, I wish they had a bookstore though. They don't have a bookstore. They have some antique malls, uh, regional antique, not, you know, nothing like the Armadillo or anything like that. But there's Grand Island, Kearney, North Platte, and McCook. You know, as you go down Interstate 81 through Nebraska, here's Lincoln and here's Scotts Bluff. Here's Grand Island, Kearney, North Platte, McCook, Scotts Bluff out on the west. So the people that are in central Nebraska generally do, unless, you know, younger people might, college kids all flow to the east. And I did when I was younger. I'll tell you, I have some memories of all the driving between central Nebraska and Lincoln. Harbor Freight, that's it. Harbor Freight, that's it. The tool store, they got one of those up there. And I was always going to stop in. I think they quit carrying them. But when I was watching Rosemary, she had these great big 14-inch blade scissors, and she'd fussy cut little images with it. She got those 14-inch blade scissors at Harbor Freight. I'd always laugh at her doing the fussy. I mean, I wasn't laughing at her. I was giggling because she used those big old Harbor Freight, and she probably still does, to fussy cut her images. I not the little images, but you know, when she did her fussy cutting, she'd get out those 14-inch blade scissors. And I was always going to go to Harbor Freight and get some, but I think they quit carrying them. That's the last I heard. Becky said, I take I-81 to go to New York. It must go, well, I think I-81 is it, does it run north and south? Our I-80, our Interstate 81, is that it? Yeah. I think it's the main route between Denver and Chicago. I mean, we're just in the center of it all. Oh, truckers. It's heavily truckers. I quit driving the interstate because there's so many big trucks. And boy, I'll tell you, they want to pass you. They'll get right on your tail end, right on your bumper almost, so it feels like that. They're probably a little bit behind, but when you look in the rearview mirror, it's like they're 3 feet away from you. And if they can't get in the other lane, they get right up to you. And the last time I drove on the interstate, I had to drive on it to get to the dentist. I found another way to go, though. It takes the country highways, but the last 5 miles or 10 miles or however was on the interstate, and it was raining. It was just pouring rain. And my windshield wipers were going as fast as they possibly could. And it was raining and pouring, and I slowed down because I was afraid, you know, I wasn't going to drive my car 75, 80, the speed limit is 75 miles on that interstate. And of course, everybody goes 80, 85. They don't obey the speed limit. And I slowed down. You're not supposed to go any slower than 55, but I slowed down to like 60 or 65. And boy, I'll tell you, they hated that. And I got off that interstate as fast as I could because I would not have minded it so much. I probably would have gone a little faster if it would not have been raining cats and dogs. It was just pouring rain down. And after that experience, I said, I'm going to find another way to go to the dentist. And I did. There's another way. They had to rebuild a couple years ago. They were wanting to build a nuclear waste dump in Nebraska. This was when I lived with my parents. It wasn't a couple years ago. It was like 20, 30 years ago. and they wanted to build it in Nebraska, and of course, none of the Nebraskans wanted them there, and they wanted to build it down where my parents lived, just about 10 miles south of where they lived, but the farmers wouldn't have it, and they didn't have it. They wouldn't allow it. So they went north. Well, in order for those trucks carry, and I don't know if they're still doing that. I don't know where that nuclear waste, it was called a nuclear waste dump. And it supposedly, in quotes, it was supposed to be from like hospital supplies and stuff like that. But I don't know. You never know. I honestly don't know where it ever got built. But my point of the story is they had to rebuild a highway. Now, let me draw a visual map here. My parents used to live down here. To go up to Lincoln, we'd have to go up. Lincoln's up here. Probably about 100, maybe 120 miles, something like that. I can't remember. From where I am now, I think it's 100 miles. It's more of a straight shot. But where my parents lived, they had to angle down and through gravel. But there's a highway going to north. I want to say North and South Dakota, but I don't know where they ended up building that nuclear waste dump. I don't even know if they built it. I don't know what happened to it. I lost track of it because I moved. And when I came home again from, I say home, when I came back to Nebraska from Madison, I hadn't been back for such a long time to know to know all the changes that have gone on. And when I went on that highway, that they had to rebuild, that used to be a little country 2-lane highway. We used to take it'd go up through where my dentist is now. And they rebuilt it all kind of like a 4-lane highway to accommodate all that traffic, the trucking industry, carrying all that nuclear waste back and forth. I'm not sure why they did it, but they did it. And, these little country highways used to go on the side of these small towns. And where my dentist was, the highway would go right through the town. Well, they've outskirted all those towns. And they've made it like a north and south. They don't call it an interstate. They still call it the highway. I forget what highway it is. 71, I think. I don't know if that's 71. I'd have to ask my brother because I don't travel that road very much anymore. But they skirted all those little towns. And it just, I hate to say it, I think it's the same thing when I went to school many, many, many years ago. The community spirit was built around the school. The school was on Tuesday and Thursday and Friday nights. They'd have all these ball games. They'd have bonfires, and the town ladies sewed all the volleyball uniforms, or the pep club outfits. We'd buy sweater. It was a community spirit back then. But the wise education department decided that these small town schools were not good enough, and you had to learn French, and you had to have 2 years of foreign language. You have to have, and it ruined these small communities. And I really blame the education department for it all, because these little communities just died when the schools consolidated. And that's the same way with that highway going through all these small towns. They think they know better than the people who live in the state. And that's what irritates me. They're bigwigs from larger cities who are smart, but they don't have the community smarts. They don't have the spirit of the people in the small towns. It's so sad to see these small towns dying around here. It's sad. It breaks my heart. Well, Meri said her piece there. But what is what is. I can't control it. I can't change it. All I can do is voice my opinion. Foreign language is for those who want to attend college. Well, that's true too. But yeah, um, they just decided. My point was, I use foreign language as an example. My point was, they did not think the small communities could educate the kids like a consolidated school. And a lot of these schools around here that had such wonderful school spirit, community spirit, these consolidated schools, these kids have to travel from 2 or 3 towns to get to high school. And you should see what they did to the high school just in our, it's not in our county seat, but it's south of it. It's in our county. It's not in the county town that was the courthouse. That school used to be a red brick or maybe a sandstone color. They remodeled it, and the school building is black. Now, would you want to go to a high school that's black? Not me. I suppose they thought they were being modern. I'm just going, I would never go to a school where, a high school even, where it's black. The building is black. How morbid can you get? I was depressed anyway. I would be really depressed going to a black high school. Whoever supported that, I guess it must have got some support because they did it. What did Becky say? I think it's all just boils down to money. I think so too. I would agree with you, Becky. It all boils down to money. But I get mad because money, these communities, these smaller, it just wrecked when they closed up all these small schools. The communities didn't have a reason to get together on, go watch your kids. Now, my brother and I go watch my grandniece play volleyball, but she even goes to a school. Of course, it's in a larger town, but they have 2 or 3. They have the Catholic high school, they have the public high school, and then they have another school that she goes to. It's a public school, but it's a consolidated. Kids, it's kind of out, here's the town. It's probably about 6 miles outside of town, but it's consolidated. All these students from the small towns around. But that building is not black. And I would draw the line at going to a black high school. Now, when they first built the building, I think it was they called it, well, I'm not going to say what they called it. They called it a name that was very much like sand. It had a sandstone building, kind of, not Pueblo style, but brick color. It was a sandy color, and it fit who we are as a farming industry in this area. Farming is the biggest industry around. To put a modern Art Deco, it's not Art Deco, it's not even Art Deco, a modern contemporary style building that painted black in the middle of a farming community was just the dumbest thing to ever be done. That's my attitude. Angie said, we're going to go watch my great nephew play basketball, and we super the football team. I don't know what super the football team means. Hi, Dee Dee. Dee Dee, you came in when I was cussing out the state for consolidating schools and wrecking our small communities. And they rebuilt a highway here. They wanted to build a nuclear waste dump here in Nebraska. I don't think it ever got built in Nebraska. I moved away. That was happening when I was still living with my parents. I moved away. I moved to, well, first I moved to Indiana, then I moved back to Iowa, then I went back to Indiana, and then I went down to Kentucky. No, I think from when to Indiana I went back to Iowa, and then I went down to Kentucky, and then from Kentucky these are all contracting jobs. And then from Kentucky I went up to Madison, and I lived in Madison, Wisconsin for 13 years. And here I am back in Nebraska venting about all the changes that they've done. Becky says, around here, all these brick houses are being painted gray, boggles my mind. You're taking something that's maintenance free and creating a maintenance nightmare. I don't get it. I just don't get it, Becky. I don't understand the reasoning behind some of this stuff. I don't know about the paintings in your your community, the gray paintings, the houses being painted gray. I don't have any knowledge of that at all, but I know what I see around here. Now, what I do like in this small community, and I could take you down the main street, and it's just it's not a ghost town. We have a grocery store now. We've got a post office. We've got a bank. We got a little guy who likes to do woodwork. He opened him a shop. We've got another little shop that I think I don't know what it is. It's open occasionally. I think it's run by a young lady who, I don't know if it's a boutique, I don't know what she's doing in there. I've never gone in there. We've got our library. So we're a small community, but it's kind of dying, the downtown. But we had our last year, I think it was last year, we had the 200 and whatever centennial, and they painted murals on the buildings, on 2 of them. And they did a good job of it. I was watching one, they painted, this used to be a World War II town. I could just sit here and talk forever. I'm just yakety-yakking. To the west of us, not in this community, but to the west of us was, during World War II, the federal government used their power of eminent domain, and I think it was like 40 square miles, and they built this is World War II, and it's in central Nebraska. And at that time, they didn't have the military equipment they have now. But since it was in the middle of Nebraska, and very unlikely that any German bombers would come and bomb them, they built a Navy ammunition depot. And that's where my mom and dad met and got married. My mom was working out there, and my dad was in the military at that time. And they met at the Navy ammunition depot. Well, that Navy ammunition depot is just, like 15 miles west of us. And a lot of the military people at that time, you got to think World War II, not early 1940s, this little town where my brother and I live now was I call it a World War II. It's got a lot of World War II history. And a lot of the small towns around here have and still have the history of World War II airports where they trained the pilots. And it wasn't in our small town, but it was in a small town just directly east of us, where the guy who dropped the bombs on Pearl Harbor, I think he was trained over there. I think I read that in the history. I'd have to re-verify it, but I think he was trained there. And in this little town, there's still a little hangar out north of town here. You can go out. I was out there one day. I drove on there's a part of the runway that's still there, and I drove on it. And that runway is still kind of used by local helicopters that land and do whatever they do out there. But I couldn't help. I got the most eerie feeling being out there because it's all deserted. It's federal land out there, but there's it's not closed off. You can drive out there. But I got the eeriest feeling of just, you kind of get that. It's deserted, and you think of all the young men that trained out there. To the north of us, on the northern part of this town, they still have the barracks out there where the military lived. And you think this is a small community, less than 1,000 people. But it's got that military history to it. And so it's kind of interesting in a way. Yeah, I don't know what got me set off on that, but, and there's a lot of local history in Nebraska if you really read your Nebraska Land magazines. What did Arlene say? Oh, hi, Arlene. Did you come in and I missed saying hi to you? How are you doing, Arlene? It's good to see you. Arlene says, Dee Dee, contractors cut down the woods and they're in the process of building free, in capital letters, housing for undocumented Americans. The complex will be 50 yards from the back door. Oh my gosh. See, don't get me started on undocumented workers. I don't have any ill feelings toward immigration if they come through legally. This illegal stuff just sets me off because they're breaking the laws, and I understand that some of them are very, very good people, and they're pro-life, but they're starting out illegal. If you know, and yeah, our immigration system needs work. You know, I really believe that it does, but that's no excuse for them to cut down the woods to build free complexes. And free medical care, that just makes me mad. Free medical care. How many of you get free medical care? I don't get free medical care. I'm still paying off a doctor bill from last October. Thank God the hospital's working with me to pay it off, but I'm still paying every month on that medical bill. I have a brake job on my car I'm paying off. I do keep some money for myself just because I can't survive not having money, little spending money. But most of my retirement check goes for bills. You know, I'm not able to save anything. It's a good thing my brother's given me a roof above my head. I don't know if he's out there or not. I heard him stirring around out there. It's after 6 o'clock and I'm still on day 18. You guys got me talking. Arlene says, I get to leave today. She's going to go vote. First time I've left since 2019, except for that one ambulance trip. Arlene, hugs. I just wish I lived closer to you, Arlene. Man, you wouldn't keep me away. Oh, Arlene, you take care. Where you going to vote? Hi, Cynthia. I have probably yakety yacked. Yakety yak yak yak, yakety yak yak yak. I think that used to be a song, didn't it? A 1950s, 1960s song. Yakety yak yak yak, yakety yak yak yak. Dee Dee, were you listening when I was showing the magazine Playground Art Journal? I dug it. Dee Dee, are you here? Did you see my magazine? You've seen this before. I got to stop this. I got to show Dee Dee what I'm going to do. Dee Dee, I'm doing a 2017 homework assignment. I did it in 2017, but I like it so much I'm going to do it again. I'm doing another homework assignment, Dee Dee. I completed it in 2017. I'm going to have to zoom out again. This is my magazine art journal. You scrubbed through? Well, I'm going to show it anyway. I won't talk forever about it, I promise. Let me... How is that? Sort of like this. I'm not going to stay long in here. But here's my magazine art journal that I did with Dee Dee Willingham in 2017. And I had a heck of a time doing the spine. But Dee Dee, look how nice and neat it is now. It was, the reason I have it out, or had it out, is because I cleaned behind the cliff. I cleaned out behind the cliff this morning because I couldn't sleep. And I found my tiny attacher. And I found some little Tim Holtz dolls. And I found a lot of scrap paper that I threw away. What else did I find? Those are the main things I found. Especially this. I was missing this. But I did this homework assignment. I think it's on 229, if I remember right. Homework assignment in 2017. Here. This was a homework assignment from Dee Dee, and she was showing us a different way that we could mind map. I think it was from Dee Dee, because I think it was. It was all the questions, and you made a gridded mind map instead of a circular one. And then you picked out 8 pictures. I don't know if you taught the gridded, but I know you picked out the 8 pictures, and the point was to tell a story from the pictures. And I picked out this lady here. And then I have all these images. The lady is my main image. The only thing I don't like about this is my little images here have really fallen into the background. I don't really like how I executed this part of it. But that's what I did. So, this was the assignment, I think. I'm not sure if you taught the gridded. I'd have to go back and listen. But I picked up that, and then I spent time, all sorts of time, going through my fussy cuts of glassware. And on page 289, I think it is, in here, I found all these portraits of ladies, painting portraits out of a magazine. Or magazines. I don't think these are all in the same magazine. This one goes like this. But I'm going to tell a story, and I'm going to make up the grid of these lady portraits here. And I exclusively picked out the ladies. There were some old sailors in there and a couple men. So this is the assignment I'm going to do. And I'm going to do more work in this magazine. This magazine has 800 and some pages in it. And I reverse collaged every cotton picking page. But I haven't done art on all of them. So I think I'm going to start doing art. Look at this. Why aren't I doing art in this? Look at the candles. Look at, there's a Thanksgiving page. So I need to be actually using this. It was behind my surge protector was sitting on top of it. Here's where I did I was showing this, where I cut a lace page. This was inspired by Julie Fan Balzer. And I put this window over it. This one I glued down. But this one I put that acetate over it. And of course, Julie's pages are beautiful. They're just beyond beautiful. I did. But I learned when you cut big images like this, big slices, that it has more of a tendency to want to peel up and curl up and that. So you're better off doing smaller pieces. And yeah, that's why I have that acetate on there. And here's a Phibbsville story, Dee Dee. This is all your fault too. Making lists, doing mind mapping. We did a whole story about a murder of a doctor in, well, at that time it was Phibbsville. It's Fibdiggity now. I won't go back into all that. I chattered on. And this, Dee Dee, was the mind map. I'm sure you scrubbed through this, but this is mind mapping where I was building my characters. And here's a female character and a male character, and then I have A through U of all the characters, like their hair, their style, their income, their social media, their hobbies, all about their family, their body shape, all those. And then I break down those mind maps into sub-mind maps, which are in here somewhere. Their face, their age, their hobbies. I have some more someplace. All because of Dee Dee Willingham. Inspired me in 2017, and I want to get this out and work it in again. This paint is certainly, the pages are nice and flat. I don't have any trouble at all turning, well, that one stuck a little, but generally don't have any trouble turning the pages in here. And this was craft paint. This was all probably apple barrel, maybe some deco art paint, probably mostly apple barrel craft paint. Oh, Dee Dee would be doing galaxies. That's a big old book. It's a heavy thing. 5 magazines, Dee Dee. Capper's Weekly and Capper's Smarters or something like that. All right, let's see what's... I'm in a chatty mood. I think because I've been up since 2:30 this morning. I'm chatting away. Yakety yak yak yak. I don't know what happened to my other lady here. I find them and then I lose them. My buckle. Dee Dee, I do not have finish it syndrome. Dee Dee says, Arlene, I love lots of journals for lots of ideas. You just can't worry about finishing them. That is so true. Now, I did almost finish that fall art journal. I'm not going to dig it out now. That I did a couple weeks ago. It's got a couple blank pages in there, but not very many. So I think I can call that one done. There's a couple things I might put back in there. But I want to put together, oh, and I'll show you this, because I glued I've got to work on this, but I'm not going to do it today, but I'll show it to you. This is the journal cover. This is all the crinkly, let me move mine. And I need to take care of, well, you know, I might do it because I'll explain to you in a minute. But on one of my more recent streams, I think it was last week, not this one, that's the lady, the good-looking ladies. And that's not it, and that's not it. All of these signatures I put together out of those kit boxes that I got out. Was that last Friday night, I think? And I have all these signatures, and I put them all together. There are 6 of them. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 6 signatures here. And these were 2 sheets. And I cut them apart to make a book cover. But the trouble I'm having here, and I know what I'm going to do, let me just get this stuff off my desk. I want to get out of my way. This is such stiff. I don't know what this was, but it's a very stiff paper, and I wrinkled it up to paint it and, you know, make the faux leather. But when I had 2 sheets. I have 1 sheet as a divider between the signatures, the 2 signatures. I have a divider. And that's the other half, I think, of this short piece here. I've got a short piece. This is my short piece. Oh, I'm going to cut this down. But I made this was the other half of the other half of the long piece. And I made a spine. Well, I used Aleene's tacky glue, but for some reason I didn't get this glued down very well. And I think I wanted this as the inside, and so this would be the outside spine, which isn't too bad. It's a little rough in there. But I think I'm going to take here and make me some carpet tape, washi tape, here and here. And I might try to re-glue this. I think I got something caught in there so it didn't glue down. I think I had a paintbrush or something in there that it wasn't sticking, because this one stuck good. This one's fine. And when I fold it, it'll fold like I'm expecting it to. This one just didn't get glued down good. And I'm going to trim this part off so that this is all even. And when I put my signatures, they'll go in here and it'll fold this way, and then this will be the spine here. And this will be a journal for no reason at all. I'm just using up paper, stash paper. A journal for no reason. But I kind of like the faux leather. Really is not this, maybe cowhide. Not this rough. This is pretty rough. I think it actually used faux leather. You crunch it all up into a little ball and you make it soft, and what is that called? Mama Gurmy or something like that? No, what is it called? Well, you wrinkle up all those papers, make fabric paper. But a faux leather paper, I don't know what paper I used. It's almost like egg cartons. Could be egg cartons for all I know. Feels like egg cartons. That's what it feels like. You know, those big wide egg cartons that hold a dozen eggs? I'll bet that's what it is. I don't even know where I got it, because we don't buy a dozen eggs, and our egg cartons that we buy now are styrofoam. I might have gotten it in Happy Mail. I don't know where I got this, but it's here. And it's been in those white kit boxes. And I want to use up all my stash, so this is a journal for no reason. But I'm not going to do it this morning. I'm just not going to go there. But I'm going to put double-sided tape down here and down here for the outside. And I'll probably do it on the corners. That's my story. And then I've got my Christmas journal and my good-looking ladies journal and my Inktober journal. Let me zoom in again. I zoomed out for that magazine. Let me. All right, I think I muted myself. I think I'm good now. It was mute. They changed the settings on my smartphone. What used to be down someplace else is now a permanent. When I live stream, it's permanent out there. It isn't anything I can hide. It's the flip button and to up or down, you know, ceiling or table, or horizontal or vertical, or mute and unmute. And what's the other one? Mute and unmute. And there's another one. Can't think of it now. It was on the tip of my tongue and I lost it. I'm back? Okay. Good, because I was just rambling. I was rambling about, can you guys see me? While I was turning my phone. All right, what's going on out there? Dar is here. Hi, Dar. Arlene is here. She dropped a link to Dee Dee's channel. Brenda says, Dar, Mine was here before my son helped me sort into small containers. It should be in the tool tub. It's not. Uh-oh, what is it? What did you lose? Did you unplug your mic? I don't have a mic. My mic is my phone. It's the little menu on YouTube put the menu on the screen on mobile, on my Android anyway, and I can't hide it. And so when I go to adjust my screen, like if I want to zoom in and zoom out, sometimes I hit the buttons over here. What is that other button? I can't remember. There's 4 buttons over there. Let's see. I was looking at, Brenda says, yes, Arlene, he has to go feed the pinned heifers before heading back to work. I remember sitting in school, wadding and unwadding a sheet of paper until it was super soft. For some reason, we thought it was fun. See? You just keep those kids entertained with a piece of paper. What did Dar say that Brenda was? She said, hello, Jacqueline. Arlene, Dar, hi, Dar. Brenda said, mine was here before. My son helped me sort into smaller containers. Brenda lost something. I lost track of you. Arlene dropped a link to Jacqueline's channel and her store, Jacqueline's Lovely Crafting Lodge. Her store is pinned up above. If you use the code Meri10, I think that's still good. She can yay or nay. Code Meri10, MERI10. She'll give you 10% off your order. Arlene dropped a link to Becky's channel. I was telling all about Becky's stream from yesterday morning where she was sorting thread and stitching on her bear. I was working on my Dresden plate while my little Wonky Wednesday project while listening to Becky. While she was stitching on her bear, I was stitching in my art journal. I just felt like she was in the room with me. She didn't know that because I was late. It's still good. Okay. What else have we got? Mary, I can't hear you. Arlene says, I remember sitting in school. Brenda says, I saw that Dar. My knockoff of Tiny Attacher is hiding. Oh, your little stapler is what you guys were talking about. Yeah, I must have knocked mine off. I had a Craft-A-Lanch. I remember the Craft-A-Lanch. You guys, I'm not going to turn my camera. If you could see the cart below, I've got this old kitchen cart that I got at the thrift store for like $5. It's really a vintage cart. And I do keep the lower 2 shelves pretty organized. That's where I keep my paint pens and my watercolors. And sometimes I have to dig my super tips. Sometimes I have to dig for it, but it's there. But my top shelf, it's horrible. I'll tell you, it must be 2 feet high. Well, my ruler is 18 inches. It has to be 2 feet high. It has to be 2 feet high. It's taller than my ruler. I've got a box of stuff that I was working on that's sitting on a tray of stuff that I was working on that's sitting on something underneath of that tray. I don't know what's under there. It's not the shelf. And there's some books underneath that. Looks like a scrapbook or some sort of a flat book. You know, and usually when I'm hunting for stuff, you'll see me pile it up and sort it out. But then I'll bring stuff in, like I brought in my red tin of embroidery floss, and there's up at the very tippy top of that stack is my red crochet thread. I've got those inks in that glass pen, that box, and magazines and fabrics and pictures, and look, watercolors that I did at the beginning of the year. I just had them sticking in there. These are watercolors that I did in January of 2024, January 4th. And I was going to do them all month, and then I got sidetracked. I got January's. And I got some other things there. I've got some jelly plates and note cards. It's just all stacked up over here because I grab for it while I'm working. But then you turn over on this side, and I did clear off that over this way is the door to the little stash room, and it was blocked. I could not get in it for the stuff that I had stacked up in front of that door. I couldn't take it anymore. I cleared it all out last weekend. Then I drug out these 4 white kit boxes when I was building that journal, and I need to take those back into the stash room because they're there blocking the door again. But I kind of keep stuff, like you'll see me working, and if it's wet or something, I'll put it down below for it to dry out. I tell you, I'm just kind of in a cockpit here. This room is not that big, though, to tell you the truth. I think it's probably 10 by 12. And that's not a whole lot of room, to tell you the truth. Brenda says, Arlene, I think I'm going to make a piece of wadded paper cloth today. I wonder how it would take dye. You're going to have to let us know what you do, Brenda. Arlene says, okay, I'm going to lay down for 30 minutes. I'll see you all later. Okay, Angie, sweet dreams. Sometimes those little naps, Angie's a napper. Sometimes, though, I found I don't think I get outside and enough exercise to get tired. Like I haven't been to bed. I couldn't sleep last night. I turned off the lights. I shut my mind off as much as I could. I said my prayers. I closed my eyes. And they opened up again. I couldn't sleep. The light popped back on, and I said, I might as well get up. And 2:30 in the morning, I came in here, and I'm wide awake. I don't know how I'll be at 9 o'clock. I might sign off before 9. But sometimes I think that, especially I've noticed it since I'm not working full time, the little naps are all I need. Like after my stream, I'll guarantee you I'll sleep through The Price is Right, and that TV is blaring. And so when I'm really tired, I sleep good. But I'm not sure, I don't sleep a solid 8 hours, and I used to. I don't sleep a solid 8 hours anymore. My body doesn't sleep. Brenda says, I need to dye some paper. I might as well try the wadded paper. I'm putting dye in on tomorrow's schedule. Okay. Dee Dee says, I try to get back before Kathy and Colleen. Yeah. Kathy and Colleen are on at 10 Eastern, 9 Central. I might sign off around, well, I don't know. I want to finish my buckle here. I might sign off earlier because I have been going since 2:30. From 2:30 to 9, that's what? 7.5 hours? 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 6.5 hours. That's way too long for a stream. Probably boring the kajeebies out of you. Yakety yak, yak, yak. Let's go and finish this buckle. See how my phone is opening up here? I don't know if you guys can see it. The battery is expanding. I want to take it in, but the guy couldn't handle me last week when I called. I need to call him again. This one and that one up there. And what I find with these batteries, it's really strange. Because now this one's been going since 2:30 and I am streaming on it. And I can understand how streaming that long would be a on your phone would be a strain on the battery. But what I found is when I turn my phones off and just set them down, even if they're plugged in, if I come back, this whole thing is not expanded anymore. I've had this one on while I was drawing, but and I don't, I think it's I just don't think these phones can take the heat of the chargers. I don't know. I'm not sold on these phones anymore. I'm really thinking seriously about switching from Android to Apple's. Do the Apple phones batteries expand if you use them too much? I don't know anything about Apple iPhones, but this is horrible. And this one, I think, will be paid off this month. My contract is over with this month. And I do not have, what is it? The expense of warranty every month onto your phone bill. I did not get warranty on it because the last phone I had, I cracked the screen, and I had cracked the screen a couple times, and the warranty covered it. But the last time that I cracked the screen on my phone, I was putting it in the clamp, and the clamp, it flew out of my hands, and it flew off, and I think it hit that lamp over there or something, and it cracked the screen. I took it in, and they wouldn't cover it anymore. And when the last time I talked to Verizon, this phone up here is no longer in service either. Both of these phones are no longer covered with phone numbers. I traded that phone. They wouldn't take the phone back because the battery expanded. It reached its 2-year warranty. And I traded it in for a new phone, but they would not take that phone as part of the trade-in because the battery was expanding and the back was coming off. And I did not have a warranty on it. So the new phone, he tried to talk me into a warranty, and I said, well, the last time they wouldn't they wouldn't take the phone back. And what I had to do the last time in order to get this phone that's no longer in service up there that I'm using off of Wi-Fi, just like a computer or something. I'm using Wi-Fi on these. I lost my train of thought. Oh, on the phone, the new phone I got when I traded it in, the last time I had to trade in this phone, what I did was they wouldn't cover it. So I sent it off to be repaired. I paid for it to be repaired. And then I traded it in and they took it as a trade-in. But they wouldn't do that this time. They wouldn't do it. So I'm getting a little upset with, and I think both Brenda and Goldie said they have Android phones and this doesn't happen with their phones. And I don't know if it's because I stream with that phone. I don't stream with this one. I don't understand why, which makes me think that when they update these phones, they push a little heat to the battery. I really do think that's a sneaky thing they do, because both of these phones did not have a problem until they're just about paid for. I got these both within a couple months of each other, and that one went first, and then this one went. And it's just too coincidental to me that I suspect that they're pushing you to get new phones, obsoleting the phones. So I found a local guy who will put in new batteries, but the last time I called, he couldn't fit me in. So I'm hoping to get new batteries in these phones. There's nothing wrong with the phones. There's absolutely nothing wrong with them. Yeah. The phones, if they expand too much, These are not, I mean, if it expands too much, it'll probably pop the back cover off. But they are in danger of batteries exploding. But I don't know. I'm hoping to not use it that much for that to happen. Like I said, if I turn off the phone and just sit it down, that battery goes down. It's when it's getting heat from the phone as you're using it where the battery starts, which makes me think again that there's something that they're doing internally to push the heat to those batteries, which bothers me a lot because I can't prove that. I don't know. Don't say that that's a fact. It's just Meri's suspicious, undocumented opinion. Brenda says, my phone gets a bit hot using data when I'm away from Wi-Fi. It never gets hot using Wi-Fi or charging. I still have my old phone and I use it when at home. I can watch 2 lives at the same time. This phone I use mostly when I'm drawing and when I go out to the Metropolitan Museum of Art and get those links. And I'll use it occasionally, but there's no reason for this battery. What makes me really suspicious is these phones were purchased within a couple months of each other. And both of them, within a couple months of each other, the batteries have gone, the contracts are ending. So, you know, I can't help but thinking that they're wanting to sell me new phones. And I did get a new phone with this one up here, but I don't think I'm going to get a new phone here. I think I'm just going to say, they're going to push me. I get all sorts of email. Your contract is over. We can offer you $1,000 off for off of it. But they won't do that if the battery's expanded. They offer it to you and they get you in there and they say, oh, your battery's expanded. We can't take it. Makes me mad. Let me go in here. They get you coming and going. They get you coming and going. They want your money. That's how they stay in business. You can't blame them for wanting to you can't blame them for wanting to stay in business, but they don't have to obsolete my phone to do it. Let's see. I was really doing good at figuring out the spacing. I just have this one. I'm going to make it like that one, so kind of right in here. I do like some of the things that Google is doing, like when I bumped that picture, I bumped the setting on here that would go, you can circle an image or something and Google will go out and search for it. Artificial intelligence. Kind of scary to think about artificial intelligence that way, but you would be doing it with your head anyway if you really wanted it. And it brought back several similar. One was a lampshade that had this type of a design in it. And it had another one too. That was kind of interesting because that was not an intended search. I did not do that intentionally. I bumped the setting. All right, I've wittered away. W-I-T-T-E-R-E-D, wittered. I yakety yacked. I jabbered. Okay, so this has just little kind of rectangular squares all around. This has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then the vertical ones come clear up. So did I count that? Let's not count this corner ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But this one of these oblongs I was pointing out earlier, it has 5, but the bottom one down here only has 4. So they goofed if they wanted to make this symmetrical. This one has 2 oblongs and this one has 2 oblongs. And they got 4 corners. But this has 5 oblongs and that one only has 4. I suppose the guy who bought this belt buckle didn't care. I don't care if it doesn't match. Who cares? All right, so my verticals here go clear up here. And then it starts with a 9. So this, in here, I have to get 9. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got about, if I divided this into 4s, that would give me 8. But I got to squeeze 1 in there. So I'm going to squeeze a middle one right in here. And then I guess I should make it wobbly. Because theirs are wobbly. They're kind of dancing like that. That's my middle one. Now I have to get 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the center one, which matches the center of this, which I just about have, don't I? Yeah, because if you study this, you find a lot of idiosyncrasies. Here's the center square, and there's a window, 1, 2, 3, 4. I call this a window down in here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's another window up here, 1, 2, 3, 4. But if this has 5, this center one does not match up with the center square. And on the lower one, where they only have 4, they put 2 on each side of the center square. Just telling you. So 1, 2, 3, 4 actually comes, well, let's see. If this is my center, I need 4 in here. So I'm going to make a wiggle, and a wiggle. They're kind of small, but those aren't that big. And I need 4 over here. So a wiggle, and a wiggle. Now here they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. To this point is 7. Over here they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they only got 7. So half of 7 is 3.5. You get 3 on each side and 1 in the middle. Right? 3 and 3 is 6 and 1 in the middle is 7. So I've already done that one. So I'm going to do this one. Now, if I do one in the center, oh, I'm going to have to fit 1 in there. So 1, 2, 3, center, 1, 2, 3. Sort of like that. Now these I'm not going to worry about. I'm just going to match them up down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. And I'm just drawing crooked lines. I'm not following this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm going to fudge one in there. 9. And then this here. 1, 2. And I'm not trying to do this type of same wiggles. 1, 2. Fit one in there. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And my 6 and 7 are going to be kind of small, but they're kind of small in there anyway. So, all right, I think I got it. So now I need to do the buckle part, or the buckle. This is just, well, this is a buckle, but this is where it latches. So that curve comes just a bit above the top and just a bit below the bottom. And there's a space in here. So we'll say it comes about like that. No, well, maybe up a little higher, but, and then it's got this rectangle with 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like they lost the settings out of this. And the rectangle kind of comes like that and has a little roundy part in there. And you guys are probably bored stiff with me doing this. I was going to do an easy one, and here it is. I'm counting squares and squiggles. Squares and squiggles I'm counting. All right, and then I need to draw a little line down here. It's a little bit longer. And then this, I think I'm about on track here, and it comes down below this, so it comes, it's not real circular, it's more oblong. So this comes up, and here's where I get sketchy, because I'm finding my way. Comes up. Well, this is the, I want to say the latch. So that comes here, and it curves that way, comes over, and curves down. Something like that. Maybe a little wider at the base, just a teeny bit wider. And then this comes down this way and down this way. And then this gets really thick and then thin again. So it's thinner here, just the perspective. It's probably all about the same width, but if you look at this, this looks skinnier in there. To me it does anyway. So it gets wider, probably the perspective of it. And then it comes like that. And then down, and a little bit fatter in here. A lot fatter. Kind of like that. And I think this even gets fatter too. More like that. And this can be a little bit closer to they almost touch, but you can see a little space in there. I'm pretty happy with that. Now, I drew with my Sharpie pen. I really want to get my watercolor out and do these. What time is it? It's 7 o'clock. I might make it till 9. Who knows? I might make it. Oh, crack-a-lanch. I need to paint my prompt box. I set it aside over across the room and I forgot about it. I'm not going to do it this morning. I'll do it Thursday morning. We want to finish up my prompt box that we did, all those prompt cards. And I promised a certain someone who might still be here, I don't know, a something something. And I need to do that too. She knows who she is. I don't like to make you promises, but she's been pretty good to me, so. It's not Dee Dee. Dee Dee's been real good to me. Dee Dee doesn't make me do promises. Look, you guys, I think I showed these earlier. I found these. I want to do this Thursday morning, too. I want to get out my wax seals. I have my wax seals pulled out here. I thought I'd work on them, but I'm not going to get to them. I'm going to put wax seals in these bottle caps. I've got a whole bunch of, they're all Tree of Life. They're Tree of Life. I suppose that's Tree of Life. Who makes that with bottle caps with the Tree of Life on it? I don't know. There's no printing on the inside. I think I might have got these from Johnny. Either Johnny or Keisha, I think. They're cool bottle caps. I'm going to put wax seals in them. I want watercolor. And they happen to be on my second shelf. And we're going to use these. I have new ones in a tube, Paul Rubin ones, but I'm not getting those out today. We don't need those. And what I want is a rusty color, probably along these lines here. And sort of a I got out of it. I have to get my picture back. Oh, wait, here it is. Hold on. It's right there. Right there. It's sort of a dusty dark blue. So it might be one of these colors in here. And then there's the grays. I might pick the gray up from the lid. And you won't, well, you might see a little of these over here. I could move this over a little. So you can see my watercolor. That's empty. And I think I want a small brush. That'll be good enough. These are just craft brushes. And I should spritz it, I suppose. We're just going to spritz the reds. And I keep forgetting where the black is. I think one of these is the black. And maybe the browns and the blues. Oh heck, I'll just spritz it all. Because I don't fold it up. I let it all dry before I fold it up. Okay. Let's start out with, I think I'm going to have to mix this darker red with, well, maybe not. I was thinking with maybe a brown. Can you see what I'm doing over there? Yeah, well, you can see it a little. Can't move it over too much. Some more brown on there. And I'm just going to go in here. Now, the glass is a dark red, but it's also got a orangey color in it, which makes it glimmer. You know, it's a dark red, but it's also got an orange glow. So I'm going to try to work a little orange. I can't do it exactly. Maybe if I expand this, you'll see it. See how it's dark, but it's got that orange glow in it? Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can kind of see it. So that's what I'm going for. And even though this is Inktober, I've drawn the ink here. That's my ink, part of the Inktober. This is, because I don't have this color of ink. I was thinking, I've got some Chimhots, they call them stains, distress stains. I've got some of that, but I have to dig it out. I haven't used them in a long, long time, and I should probably get a paper towel out. Let me reach for a paper towel. Dee Dee says, haha, Mary. 8 a.m. here, Berlinda says. What are you laughing at, Dee Dee? She says, haha, Mary. Dee Dee, look up electric car battery explosions. It's scary. Yeah. I think your drawings are great. Oh, thank you, Dee Dee. You're too sweet to me. You're too sweet to me. You know, here's the thing with my drawings, and I notice this when I go urban sketching too. I'm going to put the cap back on this. I'll do something, and I'll study it, and I'll talk through it like I am here, and I'll see every little thing that's wrong. And I go, it doesn't look a thing like what I'm looking at. But if I close up my journal, like when I'm urban sketching, if I close it up and walk away or go to another site, now this is when I was in Madison, and not look at it for a while, you know, there are some things where the perspective is obviously wrong, and I've seen that happen in my urban sketches, and there are things that are obviously wrong, but I'll come back 2 or 3 days later, a week later, a month later, and I'll look at it and I'm going, wow, it's better than I thought it was. Now this area here is a black almost with that blue in there. So I'm going to only do and I'm putting in the light orange here just to kind of give it a glow, and then I'll come back in with the darker reds like this up here. Dee Dee is doing this farm poster that's just out of this world. Okay, now this one obviously it's lost its setting. They lost the setting out of it, so I'm going to leave it lost. I'm going to leave it lost. I'm not going to find it for them. Which leads me to another little story, as long as I'm telling stories. When I was consulting, I worked for a computer firm, a consulting company, that was partially owned, 2 or 3 guys owned it, local guys, computer guys. And of course, you know, they're big wigs in that small company. And we had a meeting, you know. Well, all the consultants were invited, and they have a lunch, and well, I'll go in with blue there. That's supposed to be blue. And as a part of that meeting, the head guy, when we went there, they gave us all a puzzle piece. You know where I'm going with this. Well, the head guy was supposed to go around and ask everybody for their puzzle pieces. And then, you know, he was supposed to put it together, and it was a activity. It was supposed to be a networking thing, I guess. And it gave us a chance to meet him, and him a chance to kind of get to know us, but I don't think he was very interested, to tell you the truth. I don't think he really cared. But anyway, he got to me, and he asked for my puzzle piece, and I told him I lost it. I had it, but I told him I lost it. He never got his puzzle piece. I don't know if he ever put that puzzle together or not. I never gave it to him. I thought, it's kind of like life. I lose things. Let's see. I'm up in here. I'm up in on this side over here. But my little stones don't match their little stones as far as shape goes. I think I got all the counts right. I didn't do orange in there. I think. Those were the days. Those were the days. Those were the days, my friend. I knew they were going to end. I didn't think they'd never end. We thought they'd never end. We'd sing and dance. I never sang and danced, as you can tell. Forever and a day. We'd live the life we choose. We'd win and never lose. Barbara Streisand. I don't have her voice, as you can well tell. She did have a beautiful voice. I did admire her. I admire anybody who can sing. I can hum out a little tune, 2 or 3 sentences, and then I go off key. In church, everybody's singing around me. I can't hear myself sing until I put my finger over my ears. They probably think I have a headache. But I'm really trying to listen to my own voice. See, am I really singing? Do you ever do that? To see if, you know, especially when I'm singing with a, and there's this guy who has a beautiful, you know, I told him after service, I said, you just have a wonderful singing voice. I like to sit in front of him just to hear him sing. And he said, "Oh, shucks," you know, he didn't think it was that big of a deal, but I love to hear him sing. He must have had some musical training, or it could have been a natural talent. Now I'm just putting in the highlights here, and then I'm going to go in with the darker, because it's mostly dark, so I'm hoping a little of the yellow orange shows through. I should get a little bit more yellow in here. And this will be highlighted. Well, it's maybe too yellow. Once I get all that dark in there and get the silvery gray in. I might only get day 18 done today. Arlene took a coffee break. Is my chat frozen? Or or are you guys off doing your day? Just listening to me witter? I think you guys are just listening to me witter. Brenda says, Dee Dee, I looked up electric car battery explosions. It's scary. Dee Dee says she's heading out. Have a great day, Dee Dee. I think Dee Dee wants to come back and watch Kathy and Colleen. They're going to... You know who I miss? You know who's not here? Kimberly, where are you? When Kimberly doesn't show up, I get worried. I messaged her again, Dee Dee. I said, "Are you okay?" I asked Dee Dee first, right after Helen, the Hurricane Helen. I said, "I haven't heard from Kimberly." You know, we had to try to figure out where she lived to figure out if she was in the hurricane, and she wasn't. But then she went silent on me again, and I got scared, and I got, oh no, there's something wrong. So I messaged her again, and she said, no, I was visiting friends up in the mountains. We had no cell service. So maybe she went visiting again. Kimberly is usually here like Arlene, and she usually gives us links when it's time to go, but it's not time to go yet. Hi, Legia. Good morning. Have a blessed day, Dee Dee. Arlene says have a blessed day. Arlene, if you need to leave too, I completely understand. If any of you need to leave, I understand. I didn't expect anybody to come in at 2:30 in the morning, but you all showed. Before I knew it, I had 16 of you in here. And then I got off on a rabbit trail talking about that magazine art journal, which I thoroughly enjoyed, the magazine art journaling. I want to do more in there. I'm not one to use colored pencils like Dee Dee does. I should get me some colored pencils, because that magazine art journal is reverse collage in craft paint, and colored pencil should do good over them. But I don't have the patience to do all that shading and all of that. I don't have the patience for it, she said, as she does her little splatters of watercolor. Now there's a dividing line in there that I missed. There's a dividing line. I got it on the others, but I missed it here. There's a dividing line in there. Yeah. I missed it. Believe it or not, this is a belt buckle. A leaded glass belt buckle. And when Google found a similar thing, they brought up a lampshade. Now the ones down here got really dark, so I could almost go to my dark blues, but I'm gonna do the highlights in here first. So that should just about cover all of them. Now I'm gonna go in with the darker reds. I think I'm gonna mix more brown in with those dark reds. Maybe even this dark brown over here with this darker red, because it's pretty dark. It's pretty dark in there. And it's predominantly dark, but that yellow kind of little highlights in there. Not on all of them, but and then when I go in with the grays, it's going to be even darker. Right now I got white lines in there, but why do we want to? It's just our creative nature I think, to want to redraw this, even after we got a photo of it. I guess to practice your talent, maybe. But I sit here and going, why am I trying to do what's already been a picture taken care of, that some crafter evidently made this. I doubt that it was made by a machine. Well, maybe to form the buckle and everything, but this looks like it was probably done by hand. I could go out and read about it, but no. And now this circle here has something around it, but I'm going to darken that a little in there. These are pretty dark, so some of that dark brown. In there. So now I'm thinking about that story that I want to tell in my magazine art journal about all those lady portraits. Do I want to have a story, a little paragraph story about each lady? I think I do. So that would mean several stories, but they'll just be paragraph stories. I think that would be fun. And how they relate to each other. Obviously, they're not all in the same family. See, I'm working on my story while I'm doing this. But they could be, some of them could be in the same family and friends, or they could be part of a ladies' society and Daughters of the American Revolution. Something like that. And you know, to be a member, I don't know what's going on in here. To be a member of the Daughters of Revolution, you have to have family or relatives that fought in the revolution, I think. Did any of you have family that were in the, or women in your family that are members of the Daughters of America, or any of you members of the Daughters of the American Revolution? I was looking it up to see how do you become a member, and I think you have to be able to prove that your family fought for your freedom. And I wouldn't know, to tell you the truth. I do think on my dad's side, probably, I think his side came from England. And I do think his side probably fought on the Union side, even though, I need to paint that blue. I keep painting it dark color. Even though my dad was raised in Oklahoma, he went to what is now, I think it's an agricultural school, Normal, something like that. I'd have to look it up. He got his bachelor's degree. But I can't go back any further than my grandpa. Well, we can kind of. Not my grandpa, my great-grandpa. My great-grandpa. My grandpa, my dad's dad, was a cowboy. He ran the cattle drives, you know. He was one of those not shoot-'em-up cowboys. He was a cowboy that actually went on cattle drives, and I guess it was a pretty dirty job, which probably explains why the Abrams were in it. But I would have liked to hear him talk about it. But my great grandfather, I think he was fought in the Civil War, and the story goes that he was on the Union side in the Civil War. In the Revolutionary War, obviously, if you fought, you didn't fight for the British. If you fought in the Revolutionary War, the Daughters of the American Revolution, if that's what it's all about. I'd have to check all that again. But the story goes that he lost a leg, my great-grandfather, on my dad's side, lost a leg in the, and I don't know where he was when he lost that. All I know is he lost a leg, the family story, and it took 5 men to hold him down, to cut off the, he had to have it surgically removed. And it took the story goes that it took 5 men to hold him down. The family story that was passed down to me. Probably from my dad to my mom to us kids. And the other part of that story is that he married an Indian princess who probably was not a princess at all, but he probably called her a princess. I think he probably loved her. I think my dad loved my mom, so I would think that my great-grandpa would probably love her. And she was probably a pretty lady. That's the story, the local story, and as it was told to me of my family history on my dad's side. But I don't know. I mean, you could probably go on Ancestry and get all that DNA testing and everything. But I can't go back in family as our family stories go. Our family stories do not go way back. I got a little blue in there. I should be doing this. Let's grab some blue. Now I think my mom's side of the family goes back a little bit more. I'm going to touch that. It's got a little white blurb in it. I'm going to put a little darker blue in there. I think my mom's side of the family originated over in Germany. I don't know too much about it, but I know her aunt, my great-great aunt, I did some research, because they came over in the 1880s, and I used her name because I knew her name, and I found the ship that she was found her immigration papers, and I found, because little town east of here, all the German immigrants, they kept track of a lot of them, a lot of the history over there. But I found the name of the ship that she and I think it was her brother came over on. I'd have to research that part too. I doubt that she came alone. She came with family, but now these get really dark in here. Almost black dark. Dark blue. You know, and you got to, not you, but a person has to be thankful to their family who came over, because if they wouldn't have taken that step, where would we be? I told my brother, I said, we could be speaking German right now. And I imagine that was pretty scary for her to leave her country and, you know, her family. Or it might have been an adventure. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I wish I knew him better. All I know is the little bits and pieces that I'm able to piece together. My mother was raised by her great aunt. It would be like me raising my brother's granddaughter. My brother's granddaughter. I would be her great aunt. And my mother was raised by her great aunt. This gets dark again. I'm going to take some of that blue and put in there. Make it darker. It's drying up on me. It's watercolor, but... Oh! Don't you do that. Yeah, I'm just here painting stones. I don't know what it's looking like to you guys. Now this center stone really is almost a dark blue black. I can see some highlights on it, but let's see what I have here. And then I'm going to blot it. I'm going to paint it dark. And I'm going to take my paper towel and just blot it. And then I'm going to paint dark to get some of those highlights. And you probably can't see them all, but they're there. And then the stones around it, this one I goofed on. I don't know if I can pick that up or not. Well, sort of. Or this lighter blue in here. This blue. And this one. And then this one is left alone. But now I'm going to come in with this kind of a darker light blue around the edge. I don't know if it makes a difference. A little bit, but I think I'll go dark again. Need some, got too much water on that. I'm going to have to let it dry. Let's go do these. And well, that one's got black in it, but this one's kind of a light blue. Put in the base coats. This one looks like it has a setting going in here. And this one's a light blue. What time is it? I'm getting tired. 7:30. I might leave at 8. I might leave when I get this buckle done because I am starting to fade. Alright, let's put some darker, what color is this? that a gray? It's hard to see. It's kind of a blue-gray. Almost needs a little, almost needs to be this color, I think. Darker yet. I don't know how dark that got. Got blue on it. It looks, it's hard to see what colors I have here. I think that's a Payne's gray, kind of. There we go. And then this circle down here in the corner, it's white over here, but it's real dark over there. So here we go. Some shades of darken. Around the edges here. And around in here. I'm sure you guys can't see the tiny, I'd have to hold it up. And this gets real dark, almost this dark brown again over here, or the dark, whatever I was using in here gets real dark. All right. Now, I don't see a really light gray. So I'm going to take this up in here, which is, well, maybe even this, and add some white. I think I'll spritz it with water. I've got this little, I found this little sprayer thing, and I put water in it to see if it still worked, and it did, which surprised me. I'm going to spritz some water in there. And I want to load my brush. This is what I don't like about mixing colors with pan watercolor. I want a gray. So that means I have to carry this white pigment over into here to get gray tones. But now if I take my brush back, I have to unload this to get more white, or I'll get gray in my white. Alright, I'm going to start kind of painting the pieces around here. I'm just going to kind of, I think I want it a little darker, some of that a little darker. And it's got white highlights. And of course this is a gray color. So I can start putting in some of this in here. Yeah. You guys probably can't see what I put on there till I put some of the darker. I think this is the black. I don't give me a true black. I haven't found one in this set. Sort of black. I just don't really want it black. Anyway, but if you blot that, you'll see it's very much a Payne's gray black. And I'm just going to kind of blot to kind of get the maybe even some water. What's going on in there? Darker right in there. So today is Tuesday, so Kathy Berg and Colleen are on today. At 9 Central, 10 Eastern, I believe. And Stacy Catitude comes on. I'm just saying the information I have. If these gals change their times, you kind of have to respect that. I can't keep up with it all, but Stacy was, the last I heard from her, she was streaming every day at 10 Eastern. Who else is on Tuesday? Tuesday streams. Tuesday streams. I messed Debbie up the last time that I shouted out. Let's see, Tuesday. I have Kathy Arbor at 1 p.m. I don't know if she's still doing that. 1 p.m. on Tuesdays. I have Paint Girly on at Thursday. And I think I keep saying she's on Tuesday, but she's on Thursday. Kathy Berg and Colleen at 9 a.m. Tuesday. Dusty Unicorn. Tuesday and Thursdays at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So that would be 2 hours later than my time. 10 a.m. it would be my 12 a.m. Tuesdays and Thursdays. I got Kelly Rawson. She was in here earlier. Tuesdays at 9 p.m. Eastern. And Stacy Catitude at 10 a.m. Eastern daily. And then, of course, Beth Schuler comes on at 6 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. I have her down in my head. No problem at all remembering her. For some reason, I get it, Beth. All right, now it's real dark and kind of a dark red in there, but I'll find that darkest red in here and down here. And this is kind of that gray color again. Up in here. I think that's about as much as I'm going to do on this. It's not perfect. They can work all day trying to get the dimension on that. Well, maybe some darkness. Excuse me. Some darkness over in here. A little bit darker. And in here. And in here. Now, I want, my water's probably pretty dirty. I'm going to spritz some more. Where's my, in that white? Because I want to carry a boatload of white. I should put white watercolor on my list over here. And mix it with this gray. And we're just going to kind of go in and it could even be a darker gray. And kind of push these back a little. You don't want to gray them out too much because then you miss the lines. Just kind of leave some highlights. And even on these round posts, they're kind of grayed out. Over in the corners. So I am really kind of watercoloring my Inktober. I suppose that's not a valid thing for October, but I drew it all in ink. I'm going to leave it alone, I think. And I'm going to grab a softer brush, a bigger brush, and we're going to grab, I think I'll grab this brownish color in here, just I've heard people call this your lid color or whatever, and I just want to put in some background here. Maybe I'll mix a little blue with that. That makes a nice gray. I think I want a little more blue though. I'm going to grab some water. I'm just going to kind of sponge in a background. And it's getting close to 8 o'clock. I'll probably come out and say goodbye, and I'll probably leave around 8 because I am starting to fade here. I'm starting to fade. Let's put some blue in here. And I think I'm going to take, even though these are bright white in here, kind of bothers me, I'm going to push them back a little. Alright, I think I'm happy with it. Let's wash out my brush as much as I can. Put that back in my holder. Where's my little one? Ah, here it is. I don't know, that was empty. I don't know how clean I'm getting my brush in dirty water, but it seems to be okay. Let's dump my water in my water pot over here. And I'll take my towel. I saved these little cups for the next time. Save these. Just put them over here on my other desk. Throw away my towel. And I'm not going to close up my, because I've got quite a bit of water on there. I'm just going to set it over here, off to the side, over on my left. And this is my belt buckle, but I think I want to add some, if I can put my hands on my Tombow marker. I don't know if I can. I think I'm going to order some Tombow markers. I was seeing some on Amazon. Now, I like the black Tombows. This set had all colors. I have a bobby pin embellishment that I didn't know I had there. Let's see, maybe I put it in here. That's not it. That's not it. There it is. I like the Tombows for this type of work because they are water soluble. And I think, no, I don't want to dig out my heat gun. I just want to bring out the sketch a little more, make it a little more defined in here. Now, a true painting, you wouldn't really have to do this. A true painting, what defines your borders are the color around it. But this is kind of a drawing illustration painting. I'm not trying to be a realist here. I just want my sketch to kind of pop out. So I'm just making these lines a little more firm. And maybe I will up in here too. Gosh, I'm getting hungry. All that talk about breakfast cooking for Scott made me hungry. And what you guys, Angie cooked for her boys. Now, let's see. I don't know if I want to go in with all of that, but a little of them kind of define. I think that's good. Forward sketch. Now I want to document it. My Sharpie, I had it. So this is day 18. I'm way behind. I was just going to do a simple sketch. This is what it turned out to be. This is hashtag, that's not going to write on wet. Hashtag Inktober. I did sketch it with my Sharpie pen before I watercolored it, so I'm going to call it an Inktober. Inktober 2024. And this is day 18. And I'm going to date it as 10/18/24. I'm backdating it. Let's see, did it go over? No, this is, I can still use the back. I'm going to sign it over here. So I just have 19, 20, 21, 22. So this is 22nd today. Come on. Yeah. So I have 19, 20, 20. I have 4 more to go. ABRAMS. And I get all involved in doing these, but I've got my do not disturb on. See, my phone is down to 78%. It was 100% when I came in here. So there we go. I'll make that my thumbnail. I got all cut up in my magazine art journal. What else? I showed you guys a little bit about my stitching, my Dresden plate, and I pulled fabrics for my weekly art journal page. And I chattered a lot. I vented. I yakety yak yak yakety yacked. You're not going to hear me shut up about yakking. Yakety yak yak yak. So let me come out and chat and say goodbye. Let me refresh my chat. Chat filter. Top messages. Chat. I'm going to leave early because I am running out of steam. I was up since I started this. You know, I don't like this area right in here. It looks like a blob. Let me get a towel. I'm going to blot that just a little. That bothers me. And I think the way I'm going to do it is put water on my towel. Kathy Berg and Colleen are on next. So if you're online, stop in and say hello to them. Or their whole stream. How is that? Is that a little better? See, sometimes I don't see this stuff until I look. I think that's a little better. It's a little more modeled rather than... Okay. Thank you. Hi, Leah. Leah, your envelope, it's on its way to you. It went out yesterday, so you should get it in a couple days. Leah won the last envelope book page that I did. I'll do that again. Those are fun. I enjoy doing that. Oh, thank you, Brenda. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. Belinda says you've done very well. Thank you, Belinda and Brenda. And there's Joyce. Hi, Joyce. Good to see you. She's feeling sad today. Tomorrow will be 3 years since my husband passed. Oh, Joyce. Big hugs. Big hugs to you. You and Teresa and Janet Baum and Lisa Conway. Oh my goodness, you ladies. I just want to hug you all. Christo Corsep? She used to come in here, but I still see her. I'm friends with her on Facebook. I still see her on Facebook. She lost her husband. He was a minister. Oh, hugs, Joyce. I don't blame you for feeling sad. You try to pop into Kathy Berg's and try to find company today, Joyce. It's okay to remember him, and it's really kind of okay to feel sad. Um, you know, better to feel sad than not to feel anything at all. It just shows that you loved him. And maybe do something to honor his memory today. Maybe a short thing, something that's meaningful to you. And yeah, I don't have much advice on losing husbands, but I do send you hugs and prayers. You'll be in my thoughts and prayers today, Joyce. Arlene says she's got to go. Have a blessed day. Arlene dropped links to Colleen's channel, to Beth's channel, and to Paint Girlie's channel. And she's got all the other channels I mentioned. That's okay. Kathy Berg's channel is up there. She dropped the link to Becky's channel way up above and to Dee Dee's channel. Let's see, Brenda says, we're also direct descendants of, I can never pronounce that name. I'll just say Q, Parker. His mom, Cynthia Ann Parker, was a captive of the Comanche band. It is interesting, but history. It's interesting, but history. They have 2 siblings that are all into genealogy. I can't brag on and base myself on historical figures because I'm related to them. I don't know them other than through history. I find the people in this chat right now more important in my life. That's a very good point, Brenda. The people in your life, rather than who your family was 100 years ago, 200 years ago, the people in your life are the important people right now. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And with that, I'm getting tired. I'm going to let you all go and I'm going to go take a nap, maybe drink a cup of coffee, and I'll probably fall asleep. Have a great day. Don't forget all the live streams going on today, and I probably will not stream tomorrow morning. I will be back on Thursday morning, and most likely at 6 o'clock. If I'm wide awake like I was this morning, though, I might come on early. You never know. If I'm not on early, then I'm coming on around 6. Have a great week, everybody. I'll see you Thursday. Bye-bye.